Hello, everyone. I hope you are doing well. Let me know if you could hear me and all that stuff. I'm hoping so, but with how many tech issues we've had lately, I don't want to take anything for granted. It's been more of an adventure than usual around here with that. Uh, but today's plan is to do Secret Santa puzzles. So over on the Cracking the Cryptic Discord, there's a Secret Santa. There are Secret Santas for puzzles other places. But in particular, there is a thread called the Secret Santa Showcase, where people post the puzzles that they got. I flipped through there and picked out a bunch of puzzles from there that I was like, that looks like fun. I'll do that. So today, we're going to do that. I was going to do this at the end of last stream, where I did my puzzle that I received. However, my Secret Santa was so generous that it actually took the entire stream in order to do the puzzle that I was given, or the series of puzzles that was lavishly created. So, by the way, it was eventually revealed that Jubilee was my setter. Thank you to Jubilee for my Secret Santa gift. I do not know if the person who received my gift has done it yet. I have not seen. So I guess that's a spoiler that I was not your Santa if you have said anything about it, basically. But we will see. I may have done them, or I may have been cruel. We'll see. It's funny. Several people are saying they see a digit in this, and it's funny because that was the first digit I saw, but it's definitely not the easiest first digit in the grid. Thank you, David. Thank you for the compliment. Yes, I've greatly enjoyed streaming. Jay Dyer has spotted this first digit, which I think is a quite sophisticated spot. So we all have a different first digit to enter into the grid. All right. So as these are Secret Santa puzzles, there are a setter and a person there for, and neither are listed. So I have a little cheat sheet here so I can say. So this puzzle was by Sonata, who I don't think I've done a puzzle for before. And it is for Urmas, Urmas, who's I've also not seen before. So I don't know if they changed the last letters of their name to MAS for the Secret Santa Christmas thing, or if that is their screen name. But anyway, I hope that any of those people who happen to come across this enjoy this. This looked like a fairly straightforward puzzle, I believe. We'll see if that proves to be the case or not. But we will do that, and I will throw down a betting tree. I will put the betting tree here. Okay. So there are some digits right away. So I will admit the digit I saw here. Sorry, I should say what the rules are first. We have white dots, which mean the digits are consecutive. So for example, this digit is consecutive to 2 and is therefore 1 or 3. That was some people's first digit, was to note that it can't be 1 by Sudoku. These are arrows, where what they do is they record the sum of these 3 digits in the circle. So if these 2 digits are 1, 2, and 4, this would be a 7 because 1 plus 2 plus 4 is 7. And these are quadruples, which I must say I almost never see quadruples. However, there were a lot of quadruples in Secret Santa puzzles. So I take that to mean a lot of people said they like quadruples. So maybe there should be more quadruples puzzles. Also, I should mention I'm teaching my Sudoku course starting in a few days, actually. And so as part of that, I'm sort of choosing 6 constraints to start with to focus on. I have chosen, let's see if I can name them, arrows, German whisper, killer, quadruples. Lord, why can I not think of the others? Thermos, that's one of them. And the other one. What's the other one? Why can I not name 6? Oh, wait, that was 6. Was that 6 or was that 5? I don't know. Anyway, I've chosen 6 of them, and as part of that, I made a bunch of sort of sample 6x6s with those, and as well, I made a single 9x9 with each of them. So I'll be posting all of that over on the Discord if you want to see the hopefully easier puzzles that I made with all of those. It was not Renbon because in my experience, new solvers do not do well with Renbon. I'll wait for week 2 to throw Renbon at them. Oh, Kropki. I don't think I said Kropki. Kropki is the other one. Or white dots and black dots. If I did not say it, that's the last one. So anyway, so you can look forward to that. I know a lot of people have said they've always wanted a pure arrow by Zetamath. Well, now I can promise you there is a pure arrow by Zetamath, and you will have access to it soon. All right, so finally, now let's get back to this puzzle. So as I said, this quadruple means there's a 3 in one of these cells. And what that means is actually there's no 1, 2, or 3 on this arrow. And therefore, this arrow has to be 4, 5, because if I make it even one tiny bit higher, then this number will sum to a double-digit number. And I can't do that. So therefore, this is a 9. And I will allow Zach to come out and do the 9 dance. Ba-doop, ba-doop, woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop, wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop, wee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Now, I did that just for integrity's sake because I noticed that digit. But this digit's actually probably the easier one because this digit has to be consecutive to 2 and it's not 1, so it's a 3. And likewise, this digit has to be consecutive to 2, but by the quadruple, it's not 1. Or sorry, it's not 3, so it is 1. So we have that over there. Let's see. So that means there's a 1 there on that quad. There's a 3 there on that quad. Happening over there. So we've got all of that. So we have, this is a length 3 arrow. So this is 6, 7, 8, or 9 going on. As is happening. Well, that's not a 9 for sure. There's a 3 down here somewhere. If the 3 is on this dot, it goes with a 2. Oh, in fact, actually, I can prove 3 doesn't go here, somewhat sillily, because if 3 went there, this cell sees 2 and 4, 2 in the column and 4 in the row. So that digit's definitely not a 3, for whatever that is worth. Let's see. So this digit is at least 4. I can also say, because it sees 1, 2, and 3. So this is at least 4. So these two need to sum to at most 5, which means that these are themselves from 1, 2, 3, 4. And so, and in fact, these two sum to a minimum of 3. So this cell is at least 4, but it is at most, because these sum to at least 3, at most 6. So this is 4, 5, or 6, is what we know about that cell. Interesting that this is a 2 or a 4. Let's see. Yes, this cell actually can't be a 4, Sayori points out. Because if this were a 4, it actually pushes this up to be a 5 by Sudoku. So this is actually only able to be a 2 once you take into account all the things that we know about the universe. So that is a 2. And so there is a 2 down here in one of these two cells. Although that's really funny because there's a funny sort of like train wreck that happens down here. Because I can't put both the 2 and the 3 here. But if I put the 2 here, I'm obligated to put the 3 there. Because there's nothing else, because remember, I can't put the 3 next to a 4 because there's already a 4 in the row. So I can't actually put the 2 here for a sort of fancy reason. Again, if I put the 2 here, I put the 3 here, and now this cell has no fill. So the 2 actually doesn't go there. The 2 actually does go there, which guarantees that this is a 1 or a 3, although I'm almost positive it can't be a 1. Yeah, it can't possibly be a 1. Because if this were a 1, this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this arrow would sum to at least 13, because these would be minimum 6, 7. And spoiler, this is not a 13 arrow, even though there's a 13 in the cell above it. So that is a 3. This can't be a 4, actually, because of that being a 2. 2 plus 4 is at least 6. So this can't be a 4. That would be too big, so that's a 1 now. It probably would have been easier to do that in that direction than in the direction I did it, but what are you going to do? So this arrow needs a 1 is another issue. Oh, it needs a 1, and we know where the 1 goes. Even better. But that was the upshot of all of that, as Screaming Ice Cube says, is we proved that if there's no 1 on this, it sums to at least 13, and that's not going to work. So needs a 1, and the 1 can only go there. So this is 6, 7, or 8. So this is 7, 8, or 9. It's 1 more than that digit. Let's see. Okay, we've got the 5 there. Okay. This pair of cells sees a decent number of digits, but I don't know that I'm quite ready to goodliff it yet. That's a good point from Nicholas. This cell is quite large because it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. So this is 6, 7, or 8, but it actually can't even be 8, because if this was an 8, it would obligate that to be 1, and it can't by Sudoku. So this is a 6 or a 7, plus a 2 or a 3, summing to 8 or 9 over here. Let's see. I also know, while I'm at it, that this arrow needs to be at least 6, because it doesn't have a 1 on it and it doesn't have a 3 on it. So 2, 4 is the minimum. And so this is 6, 7, 8, 9 as well. So let's see. What else are we going to do? I'm sure it is something. Let's see. We can follow the 1 over to this box, because the 1 in this box definitely isn't going in a column with a 1, and even more definitely isn't going in the circle of a 2-cell arrow where both of the cells see each other. So the 1 is there over in this box. Let's see. That's going to put a 1 in one of these cells, but I don't quite know what that's going to do yet. Okay. J. Dyer has a good spot, which is that this cell's not a 2, because the 2 in this box is over here by the quadruple and that 2, which means this arrow can't anymore sum to 6 or 7, because 6 is 1, 2, 3, and 7 is 1, 2, 4, both of which, well, need a 2. So this is only 8 or 9, actually, which is snazzy. Also, I probably should fill in what this can be. So this is 7, 8, or 9 just by that. Let's see. Now, I do know that both 1 and 3 have to be on this arrow, because every length 3 arrow, remember, needs 2 of 1, 2, and 3. That is one of the sort of like the magic facts that you learn about arrows, is that you always need 2 of 1, 2, and 3. And I don't have 2, so therefore I need 1 and 3. And notably, this cell can't be 1 or 3. So this is a 1, 3 hidden pair. And this cell is 4 or 5. To make 8 or 9 with that. And this cell is 2 or 4 because of that over there. Let's see. Okay, I'm looking at Carl's. Row 4, column 3 has to be 9 for a nice reason. One of the circles in row 4 has to be 9, but if you put the 9 in row 4, column 7, you can't put 9 in box 4. Okay, so one of these has to be 9, just because if I want this to be 8, then in so doing, I make this 6 and 2, which makes this 7 at least, but it can't actually be 7 because that would put a second 8 down here. So it makes it into a 9, which is very cool. So yeah, so one of these is 9. Okay, if that's a 9, why does that rule 9 out of box 4? Okay, you certainly can't put 9 on the arrow. Oh, right, and so, right. And so that would put a 9 via this quadruple. 9 would look at every cell in this thing. So, so that all works out. So we have that. Now, Sayori says you can also spot that as 9 in row 6 and asking where it goes, because 9 can't go here, can't go on an arrow, can't go in a box where the quadruple rules 9 off of it. So therefore, one of these two is 9, which means that isn't. Which means that is not 8 anymore because those would sum to 9. And now that is an 8. By Sudoku in row 3, making that a 9, making that a 5. That 6-7 pair knocks 6 off of this. And this can't be a 5 anymore because that would make this a second 8 for the box. So in fact, that is a 4 and a 7 over there. Okay, that was a very nice sort of string of things. Kind of want to actually mark this now. So these two are the same digit. That digit can't be 1, 2, 3, 5, or 9 just by Sudoku. So these are either both 4, both 6, both 7, or both 8. Did I do bad math on row 2, column 5? I thought I was okay. I used a... No, the thing that ruled out 6, Garion, was the 6-7 pair. The 5 was ruled out by the 8. So this 8, knocking 8 out of this, ruled 5 out of here. The 6-7 pair ruled out 6, which only left 4. Okay, speaking of, this white dot needs an even digit. And if you learn one thing about white dots, it's that they all need an even digit, and that even digit is not 2, 4, or 6. So there is an 8 on this dot, but it doesn't go with a 7, so therefore it has to go with a 9. Those are the rules, which makes that a 5 to finish off the box. Which makes 5 go up here. Oh, in fact, actually, 5 is now placed because of the given 5. 5 is actually placed there. Okay, what is the triple here? And yet, it's worth pointing out that we said earlier one of these two had to be 9, and it's not that one anymore. So if this isn't 9, we're going to run into a serious problem, as previously noted. So therefore, we can fill in that is 9. I was sort of putting that off only because there were easier deductions to have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So let's see, that's a 6, a 9, and a 4 to finish off that box. Placing that 9 down there. One of these two is 9, just for the record. This is not 9 anymore. And these, remember, are at least 2, 6. And I no longer can do this without a 2. If I don't put a 2 on this arrow, that means I don't use a 1, 2, or 3, which now would mean that this arrow sums to at least 9, but we just proved it's not 9. So there's definitely a corner marked 2 living its best life on this arrow over here. Let's see. Okay, so row 2 has a hidden octuple. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is an 8. What is this triple while we're at it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hey, Pause. I hope you're enjoying Edinburgh. We've already said that's not a 3. Oh, it's not a 3 because of the quadruple, right? I I already used the 3 quad in box 8. But the 3 quad in box 8 shows you that this 3 is down here. That is the issue. So we can corner mark this 3 and it looks up here, making that a 2 and a 7. That is what Sayori wanted me to see. So that puts that 2 there, which is a little disappointing. Not what we hoped for. Does rule out both of these being 6, though. Just while J. Dyer is not in Edinburgh. Sayori would like me to complete the arrow. 1 plus 6 is indeed 7, which now rules 7 out of both of these. This triple of what's left, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 4, 6, and 8 gives me a 4 over here, making these 6 or 8 for whatever that is worth. Okay, so this can't be 6 anymore because 6 would be 2 plus 4, and this cell just can't be 4. So this is 5 or 6 to go with 7 or 8 down there, which you like to see. This is at least 5 because neither of these can be 1, but it can't actually be very big, so it can only actually be 5, 6, or 7 in total. And actually, it could be 7 with a 2, 5. Oh, but there needs to be a 2 1 here, I think. If there's no 1 or 2, so there's no 1 or... If there's no 1 or 2, there's also no 4 because of this quad. The minimum you could make this sum to would be 3, 5, which is 8. So there's always a 2 on this, and that 2 happens to be there, which snipes the bet tree, which is a 2. So congratulations to all the 2-betters out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. And so this is a 3, 4, or 5 going on there. So we've got that. Oh, but this isn't a 4 because of the quad, as literally just noted. So this isn't a 6 because I can no longer make that math work out to that way. Let's see. Funnily enough, if this is a 5, this is also a... Oh, that doesn't work. If this is a 5, it doesn't work for a sort of hilarious reason, which is if this is a 5... it makes both of these 7. And they're in the same box. So that's not a 5. That is a 6 and an 8. Going on there, which I sort of imagined would do more than it does in fact do. But what are you going to do? Let's see. 9 in row 8 is an excellent question. Because 9 no longer goes on the white dot, Kurobon points out, because of the 8 being here, and 9 doesn't go over there. So 9 always goes in one of these 2. And those 2 align with these 2 up here, which gives us what we in the channel call a Zach wing. One of these. Because the 9s here align, and in particular, they put pressure on where the 9 in column 6 can go. Namely, they say the 9 in column 6 can only go in one of these 3 cells, except if you consult our corner marked 9s, that means that digit is a 9. So we have that. Hey, D-Web, I hope you're doing well, late or otherwise. Let's see. So I can go ahead and corner mark a 4 over here. Where is 6 in row 8? I am being asked. Let's see, if 6 were there, that would be... Oh, that's a 6. Aha, yes, okay. 6 in row 8, J. Dyer has identified, is on the white dot, because it's not in a box with a 6, and it's not in a column with a 6 either, which means this is a 6, 7, because 5 is already gone, which fixes the 5 and the 3, fixes the 1 and the 3 up here, fixes the 1 down here on this quad, makes this into a pair of 3 and 7, except the 6, 7 sorts out the 3, 7. I am doing quite well. I have greatly appreciated having a short break from classes before I hop back uh, on Wednesday. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so the 4, 6, 8 are left in the box, but that is the 8, which means both of these are 4. That's a 6. That's an 8. That's a 6. So we have sorted that all out. Okay, so we can probably start marking some columns. So that is a 7 and an 8 and a 3. That is a 9, apparently. Making that an 8, a 7, and a 5. And not a second 8. Could be a second 8, but it's not. So then we get these, making that a 4, a 6, a 5, and a 1, 8 pair, perhaps somewhat dismayingly. But this cell is probably going to be helpful. It is a 3, placing a 3 up there, giving us a 6, 7 pair in the column, which makes me want to mark these cells, because that can't be 6 anymore. So that's a 4, 5, 8 triple, which makes this a naked single now. Because it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is a naked 9, which I realized I did in the most convoluted possible way to say, where does 9 go in the box? But whatever, doing things in the most convoluted possible way is the theme of the channel. So we get all of that over there. So we get these things. That is a 6 and a 4 and a 1 and a 7, 6 and a 7, 7 and a 6. Lovely puzzle. Sorry, let me remember. Lovely puzzle, Sonata. I enjoyed that. If you were watching, I mean, I enjoyed it whether you're watching this or not. But in this case, I enjoyed that quite a bit. So there we go. Alrighty. Let's do one more puzzle before we do a break. So let's next do this puzzle, which I confess I've not read the rules for yet, but that looks completely ridiculous. So this puzzle is called Candy Cane Stairs. This was the present for L.M. Damasi by Romplaner. So we've done many Romplaner puzzles on the channel before and enjoyed them. But this grid looks insane, but it has a lot of purple lines on it. And so if you want me to do your puzzle, putting a lot of purple lines in it is usually a good way to do that. Spoiler, it's not the only puzzle with purple lines that I chose as I went through this. So we need to place the digits 1 through 9 once each in every row, column, and outlined box. So this would have been a great submission for the Sudoku challenge, actually, because this is like basically Sudoku rules, except we've squeezed a few extra boxes into the grid by splaying them out in this way, which is quite interesting. So we're just not putting digits in these cells at all. These can get the black identifier to remind us that they are dead to us. And then digits on pink lines are Renbon, so they are a set of non-repeating digits that are consecutive but in any order. So that means they could be something like 6, 8, 7, because that is the string 6, 7, 8. It's just in a random order, and that's totally fine. But I can't do 6, 8, 9 because I need the 7 in between. You could phrase it in a really disgusting way by saying that a Renbon is a non-repeating set of digits where every digit that's between any pair of digits on the line is also on the line. Okay, so we have a bunch of black dots, which mean that there's a ratio of 2 to 1. So something is double something else. And we also have a white dot, meaning that these two are consecutive, which is kind of funny because the white dot is like a second Renbon. Every time I put white dots in a Renbon puzzle, I get made fun of. But there is an excellent point from Sayori and J. Dyer, at least in chat, that there has to be a 9 in this box somewhere. And wherever the 9 is it makes a 9, 8, 7. But 9 and 7 each have the property that they can't do black dots. And so, in particular, this can't have the 9 on it because there are 2 black dot cells, and this can't have the 9 on it because there are 2 black dots. So this is 9, 8, 7 to start with. And yeah, this gift keeps on giving because exactly the same pattern happens in box. Yeah, I think this is unequivocally box 5, and this is just box 12 because for some reason this Sudoku has a box 12. And the white dot means that one of these two is 8. Okay, so definitely this doesn't have the 9 on it for this box. I say that because if it did, that would be a 7, 8, 9 quadruple for the row, which would be problematical. And that can't have the 7, 8, 9, can't have the 9 either. So that is interesting. Yeah, okay, that's a great spot. Now think about where 1 goes in the box. People in chat are pointing out. 1 had better not go there or there, because if it does, it goes next to a 2, but it needs the 2 on its renbon. So one of these is 1. And then the 2, 3 will go either there or there with a 4 and a 6. So these are always 2, 3, 4, 6. And then these two will be 1, 5. Based on how that happens to work out. So that ultimately one of these will be 4, 5, 6, and one of them will be 1, 2, 3. Which is quite interesting as these things go. Yeah, and you could do exactly the same thing with the top left box. We could just copy the pencil marks because these two boxes are the same and we haven't gone beyond the box yet. 2, 3, 6, 8. Okay, so we've got all of that. Sorry, not 6, 8. Why did I say... Sorry, I put 8s instead of 4s. I did not copy very good. Zetas are not known for their copying. Okay. Oh, is this Clover's invention? That would be cool. This style of Sudoku, you mean? Yeah, so Josh asks, does every line have to be from one of 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5, 6, or 7, 8, 9? And I think the answer is yes, they all do, because there are 12 9s in this puzzle. And so there have to be 12, 7, 8, 9 lines. There are 12 1s in this puzzle, so there have to be 12, 1, 2, 3 lines. But that's all the 1, 2, 3s and 7, 8, 9s for the entire grid. So therefore, we are done. And so, yes, every line is one of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7, 8, 9. Those are the only options. Okay. This white dot is kind of interesting because of those. Because of that, because this is a white dot. Actually, sorry, this digit could be on this renbon, couldn't it? Never mind. This digit could be on this renbon. That's a little disappointing. Yeah, the coloring is a natural thing to do. So we can actually just like entropy color them and say these are high. And I know these are not high. They're a middle and a low. And they have to be one of each. Means one of these is high. Let's see. Martin says these aren't 7, 8, 9. Oh, sorry, no, that's row 4 and row 5, right? This one is not 7, 8, 9. I agree, it is not 7, 8, 9. Let's see. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Like, can I prove that this either has to be 789 or can't be 789? But yeah, yeah, I'm not quite sure where to color next. Uh, uh, hmm. So yeah, this is something. I could make it yellow or make this yellow, and I guess it's going to work the same either way. Uh, the two left renbons in box 3 are the same type. Right. Okay, right. These are all the same color. That's a good spot because remember there's only 3 flavors of renbon. This was the spot from a couple people in chat actually said this. These are all of one type. So therefore, well, all of 2 types. So therefore these are all actually the same. And that same thing is not orange because there's already oranges in the row. So actually we can yellow all of this, which then tells us where the orange goes in this box because we know that's not orange. So so therefore this is orange. And this is whatever the other color is. I'm going to say green for the moment. And so now this can't be yellow and it can't be orange. So this is green. So we've got that. Yeah, that was a gorgeous that was a gorgeous little piece of tech there as far as setting goes. I liked that a lot. Okay. Do I know how to resolve these yet? I don't think I do yet. Oh, I do. I do. Thanks to DWeb. I have all 3 oranges in row 1. So therefore this can't be orange and it can't be yellow, so it's got to be green. And so we have answered DWeb's question. This actually has to be orange. Is the moral of the story. Right. These are yellow, points out Nicholas. And so now I've got all the yellows in this column. So none of these are yellow. And if none of these are yellow, none of those are yellow either. And therefore this is yellow because I need to put some yellows in this box somehow. In this column, I have all the oranges and all the yellows. So therefore this is green. So therefore all of these are orange. And therefore all of these are orange. I feel like the Santee must have said, make me a Romplaner puzzle. Because this is a very Romplaner puzzle, but it is awesome. I did once get that. I did once have someone who basically said, make me a zetamath puzzle. And I was like, great, I can do that. And then most of the time, I have not gotten that. Okay, so yellow, yellow, orange, orange. So therefore, this has to be green because it can't be anything else, points out Jay Dyer. Okay, and so now this one, funnily enough, this one can't be orange by the row and can't be green by the column. So this has got to be yellow. So row 7, column 7 is green. I am being told, right? It's not yellow by the column, and it's not yellow or orange by the column, so it is green. Good. So we've got that. This cell's naked, not green by the row, so this has got to be yellow. And so now this has to be orange. And this has to be yellow by the box. This has to be green. So we've got all of that. Nicholas points out this cell is the last cell in its row, so it's certainly yellow. And this is therefore green while we are at it. So this cell is not orange and it's not yellow. It's not yellow by the row. It's not orange by the column. So this is green. Like you do. And this cell's not yellow or green because in the row there's already 3 yellows. So this is orange. And so these are yellow, which then carries forward and makes all of those yellow. And now this sees every yellow and every orange in the column. So this is green. And then lastly, this is orange. Now that looks over here and says this cell, this one is not green by the box and it's not orange by the row. So that's yellow. And that's green. Oops. Oops, sorry, not green. Orange. Orange is the last one. And now this sees yellow and orange in the row, so that's green. And so now we can do everything by this row because this row has all the yellows and oranges, so that's green, which makes these green, which then makes all of this stuff orange, which last but not least makes this yellow. And we have now completed our journey. Okay, so now this is an orange cell on a black dot. And so an orange cell on a black dot had better be 8 because it's high. And so we get to do the 8 dance. Ba-boop, ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop, 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 wah! Thank you, Zach. Okay, and I should go ahead and fill in all oranges are 7, 8, 9. Which makes that one 8, by the way. These aren't 8, and that one's not 8. Actually, so that one is 8. I might as well fill in while I am doing these things. So that's not 8. This digit is a 4, which lets me fill in that all greens are 4, 5, 6. Oh, I should do that better. Sorry. I should do that in a way that doesn't destroy the world. That's 5 and that's 1. That's 5 and that's 1. And these are now 4, 6. And these are 2, 3. Coming over there. And so these are 4, 6. These are 2, 3. That one is not 8. This cell is also doing the same thing. So it's an 8 and a 4. That's going to place a lot of 8s. So that 8 gets placed now. So we've got that. One of these is now 8 just by column logic. So that's never 8. There's definitely there's an 8 here. Places an 8 there. I don't know if that's going to do anything, but it might. It's not impossible. This is a white dot of lows, so it definitely has a 2 on it. So this is only 1, 3. In fact, I think my yellows, I think I can just mark as 1, 2, 3 now. And then just say, okay, well, that one's not 2, and that one's not 2. And these are certainly not 1. Those aren't 1 either. In fact, actually, that places the 1 there. I didn't even appreciate that before, but it is useful to know. It's not a 1 either. Oh, these seem to not be 1 either. Okay, so the 1s both look over and place this 1 as well. Oh, also 1 doesn't repeat on a Renbon, fun fact. So that's not 1 either, and that is. I don't know how I did not see that for so long, but I bet I have an 8 marked on a Renbon with an 8 somewhere. I do absolutely have an 8 marked on a Renbon with an 8 somewhere. So that's an 8. There we go. So so these are not 8, and so that is 8, which makes that an 8. So we've got all of that. Okay, good spot over down here. This white dot certainly can't be 9 with 8 because there's already an 8 in the box, and also 8 is orange and not green. So this has got to be 7 with a 6, making that 9, making that 7 and 9, making that 7 and 9. And now I should remember that Renbon do Renbon things. So that's 7 and that's 9, and that's 7 and that's 9, and that's 7. going up there. Okay, so we've got all of that going on. Okay, that's a good spot. In column 7, this has to be a 4 now, because these two aren't 4 because they're in a box with a 4. So that's the 4, which does the 6 and the 4, which now makes that a 6, which is handy, which makes that a 5 and a 6, which makes that a 5 and a 6, if I just continue chasing. That is a 5 and a 4 if I look at the column. Over there, that is a 4, and that is a 6, so that's a 5, so that's a 6. So these are 4, 5. Oh, sorry, that's a 6. I can fill in. Oh, at some point I hit that 4, 6. Aha, and that 4 looks over and makes that a 5 and a 4, making that a 4 by the column and a 5 by the row. 4, 5, that's a 6 and a 5. So that's a 5 because we need a 5 over here. That's the 6 and the 4. That's a 6 by the row. That 5 looks over there and makes that a 5 and a 4. That 4 makes that a 5 and a 4. Okay, and green is now done. Let's see. This is not an 8, I know, because of that white dot. Oh, and in fact, that's not 8 either. So in fact, that's 8. So we can probably now just finish orange. But hey, I don't feel bad about ignoring other things to just outright finish green. 9, 8, 7, 9, 7, 9, 7, 9. Let's see. And so now we need to figure out what digit black dot's for. And so it is 2 that black dot's for. It's still 2 that black dot's for. And so, oops, so 3 and 2, 3 and 2, 2, 2, 2 by that dot. Let's see. So we know there's a 1, 3 here. It's, oh. That was not a good idea. Hitting the mark button, not a smart idea in this puzzle. But that's a 2 and a 3 and a 2. Oh, Renbon things. I'm forgetting about Renbon things. This 2, 3 means that's a 1. That's the thing I'm forgetting. I'm forgetting Renbon doing Renbon things. Which is like really the only thing to know about Renbon is that Renbon do Renbon things. But somehow I'm forgetting it anyway. And voila, we have successfully completed this puzzle. What a cool puzzle. That was neat. I really liked sort of the coloring and then the arguing that everything had to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It was very, very neat. I'm impressed by this construction, and it's so symmetrical. Like, that's actually really sort of the thing that was able to be done here, is that you could not make a grid this symmetrical and have it be a 9 by 9, but you can here because you get sort of 2 box 5s that can sort of be each other rotated. So very neat construction. I'm kind of curious to see if we see more of this sort of split Sudoku grid where we've got sort of an extra 3 boxes. Like halfway to a 16 by 6, or not, sorry, not halfway to a 16 by 16. I guess you're halfway to a full 12 by 12. Alrighty, I am now going to take a quick break, and I will be back with more puzzles, which, spoiler, may or may not, but definitely will have purple lines in them in just a moment. So see you all in just a moment. right, welcome back. Today, as a reminder, if you're just checking in, I'm doing Secret Santa puzzles. So I skimmed the Secret Santa submissions, or sort of Secret Santa showcase, and picked out picked out puzzles that I thought looked neat. And by pure coincidence, a lot of those puzzles have Renbon in them. Who knew? So we have this. And so this puzzle, Winter Wiggles, this is by Full Deck and missing a few cards, and it is for Fawful. I have had Full Deck and missing a few cards around stream before, although I should have them co-host a stream at some point once we get all of the current tech issues out of the way. Because we definitely have been having more than our share lately, I feel like, of technical issues. I'm going to fill in that as the bet tree. So there we go. All right. So we actually have only mechanics that have already appeared so far. So we have our quadruples that mean there's a 1 in one of these cells, and a 2, a 4, and a 6 in these cells. And then we have Renbon, where we need our string of consecutive digits, but in any order. And so there's lots of interesting things happening here right away. Like, for example, the fact that there needs to be a 5 on here, because if there's not a 5 on here, we have an issue. Which is that you can't make a string of 5 consecutive digits without a 5. So therefore, that's not a 5. So one of these is a 5, except the exact same argument applies to this Renbon, because that Renbon sees that. So those are not 5 either. Now, an interesting thing is that Renbon tends to need digits like 2 or 8. Can we do it 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? You can exactly do it as long as you make this 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then it is okay. But I definitely need a 2, 4, or 6 over here. Maybe 2 of them. So I am noticing things like that. And I definitely need a 3 or a 7 over here, which is also notable. So we've got all of that. So similarly, these two cells can't be 5. Same shape here with this Renbon. So one of these two is a 5. Oh, sorry. Actually, this is just place. This is the only place that the 5 can go, right? If I place a 5 here... Oh, no, that's not true. It could go there. Sorry. Nope. One of those two is a 5, but it could go there as long as I'm willing to put the 5 up there. I might have to start counting like combined 5s between boxes at some point. I am willing to do that if it becomes necessary. Okay. Let's see. So this cell definitely isn't 5. I'm going to mark that just for a second. That cell definitely isn't 5 because it sees everything here. Let's see. Okay, there we go. That's the thing I was missing. Chat has pointed it out. This Renbon needs a 5, and it's definitely not here. So the 5 in this box, the 5 in this Renbon is definitely down here. And that looks up and says none of these are 5, so therefore one of these is 5, which then looks back and gets us our 5 over here. And so now we get to have our dance. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Whoa. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Whoa. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wee. Ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah-ha! Thank you, Zach. All right, so now that looks over and places that 5, which now means there's definitely a 5 up here because this Renbon needed 1. And now this Renbon needs one, and beautifully it has to go up here because these two look over there. And now that looks down there and places a 5 there. So one of these two now just is a 5. I'm going to go ahead and make those green, so I hopefully don't screw this up. One of these two is a 5, so that's certainly not, at the very least. Oh, but I know which one it is, actually. Because this Renbon needs a 5, and it's not in a row with a 5, so it's in one of these two, which rule it out of that cell. So the green was unnecessary because I resolved it right away, but what are you going to do? And those 5s actually look down to actually tell us that that 5 goes there. So we've got that. And that has resolved that that 5 goes over there. So we have all of that going on. Okay. And so the point is, this only has one of 2, 4, and 6 on it. And so if this Renbon only has one of 2, 4, and 6 on it, it definitely doesn't have a 1 on it. Because this is the only of 2, 4, and 6 that's on here. And so it's definitely not a 2. Because if I make this a 2, I would need a 4 up here, and I can't have it. So this is a 4 or a 6. And the 1 on this quadruple is definitely on this side. Oh, yeah, 4 doesn't work either. Right. Yeah, 4 doesn't work either, because if there was a 4, then I'd need a 6 up here, and that's just as bad. So, yeah, actually, that is a 6. And so we actually need this to be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 now, because we only get one more even. So these are indeed 7, 8, 9, which then goes there, placing a 9 over there. Sort definitely doesn't have one of those on it. Yes, and this line now does not have a 6 on it by Sudoku. So this line is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I know these aren't 5. So that is enticing. I think this was the 9 in the quadruple that was being referred to, but if it wasn't, let me know. Let's see. Right. One of those is a 1, so therefore those aren't 1, so therefore one of these is 1. Is claimed. Also, neither of these is 1, so one of these is 1. Continuing sort of chasing along my quadruples. Like that. Let's see. People are telling me to look down. Oh, yes, I should look down, all the way down. It was rather far down. But yes, so that actually tells me that that's where the 1 is. So that is interesting. So only one of these can be 2, 3, 4. The other is 7, 8, 9, for whatever that is worth. This Renbon doesn't have a 6 on it. That's the key, which is going to do a lot. Because this Renbon sees 6 here and sees 6 on this quad. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Those aren't 1. But these aren't 2 or 3. So actually these are a 2, 3 pair over here. That tells me the 3 definitely goes in one of those spots, which tells me the 3 goes in one of those spots through magic. And now we have a Zackwing, again, on 2s. Because there's a 2 in one of these cells and there's a 2 in one of these cells. And that means that the 2 in column 4 is actually over here somewhere, meaning that none of these are 2, and so therefore that is 2. And now that 3, 4, 5 now makes that 2 and that 3. Like that. Putting a 3 over down here. Like so. Let's see. Uh, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so Screaming Ice Cube points out this digit is actually rather high because it sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 through all of these. So this can only be 7, 8, or 9. Okay, 7 is not too far away from 3, unfortunately. But this Renbon doesn't have a... Oh, never mind. I was going to say this Renbon doesn't have a 2 on it, but it's not actually useful that it doesn't have a 2 on it, is it? I don't think so. I think the same is true of this cell, right? This cell's also 7, 8, 9. Because I think it also sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is very cute. This Renbon does definitely need a 6 because you need to hit everything between these, and so there is a 6 in one of these two cells. I will agree with that. Let's see. This can't be 3, 4, or 5, and it can't be 2 or 1. So this digit is a 7, 8, 9 as well. And now that this is a 7, 8, 9, it's not an 8, but that means we have two 7, 8, 9s. That means we need an 8, and the only place the 8 can go on this is there. Okay, that's what I wanted, was to see this deduction, that this column gave me that was a second 7, 9. And now once I've got an 8, 8 is too far from 3. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4 is the lowest I could go. So that places the 3 there, gorgeously. And so these are a 6, and then either a 4 or the other 7, 9. But definitely a 6, which does mean there's a 6 up here somewhere. Let's see. It's being pointed out 1 is placed in this box. Thank you to Martin. Through the column and the row. That is a 1. This column doesn't have many different digits left. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it is just 7, 8, 9 that is left. Hanging out here. So got that. Oh, this isn't a 4, at least, because the 1, 4 pair there. I don't know if that's worth noting or not. I think this is going to need to be a middling Renbon. Well, it needs a 3 or a 7 on it. But annoyingly, the 3 would go here. Oh, sorry, no. This Renbon doesn't have a 3 on it at all. There we go. This doesn't have a 3 on it at all. And so because it sees the 3 there and the 3 through this quadruple. So this is from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is not an 8 at least. And these cells aren't 7, 8, 9 if you look closely. So these are in fact a 4, 6 pair, which then forces this to be a 7, 8 pair over here, which is pretty cool. And so these 4, 6, where do they go in box 4? The 4, 6 in box 4 go there, which dislodges the place for 3, places the 4, the 6, and the 3. And now these are a 1 and a something else. A 1 and a 2, which go there and there. Bingo. Okay. And Carl points out that 1, 4 looks across at the 6 and the 4, placing that 6. So we have that going on. So that is pretty sweet. Aha, and now 4, 6 looks up at this, is being pointed out. So that makes this a 4, 6 pair. Thank you, Lakia. So we've got that. These are a 7, 9 pair, which has made that an 8. That is true. These are a pair as well of 2 and 4, I believe. But it's resolved by this 1, 4 pair. Like that. Very nice. So Let's see. So we've got 2, 3, and 6 down here. The 3 is in one of these cells. Oh, I guess I've had this available for forever, that there's a 3 up here. Just because these aligned on 3s. Let's see, there's a 6 down here. I'll note, let's see, do I know anything else? I don't think I quite know anything else. Oh, I know this pair. That's probably a good thing to fill in. 3, 4, 5, 6. These are a 7, 8 pair. So that being a 7, 8 pair does mean there needs to be a 6 on this Renbon, and the 6 isn't here because you can't have a 7, 8 without having a 6. So in fact, this is a 5, 6 pair, which is going to place a 6. But first of all, Danita has donated 5 memberships. Thank you, Danita. Great to see you again. Let's get you a donation dance. Woohoo! Woohoo! Thank you so much, Danita. Enjoy your memberships, Lakia, Michael, Sayori, Paulfly, and Adam. Enjoy your Zach emotes that you now have access to. Thank you so much, Janita. Greatly appreciated. Now, the thing I was trying to remember is that I know there's a 6 here now, so that's not a 6, and so that is. Hey, Dorlear, how have you been? Your mother enjoys Zach. I'm glad your mother is a Zach fan. I too am a Zach fan, I must say. I think hiring Zach was one of our smarter decisions. That's a good spot from Sayori. Where does 1 go in this box, given that it probably isn't going with a 7 or an 8? And so 1 has to go there, which actually puts a 3 there. And now the 3 can't go with 8. We did that math before. So the 3 has to go with a 7, which resolves all of that stuff. And now the digit that's missing is a 4 in order to make that that work. And so these digits, 3, 4, 5, these are a 6 and a 9. And I know the order because of the 5, 6 pair. This is a 4 just by Sudoku. These are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are 7, 8, 9. But that one's not 8. Sorry, no, that's not the one that's not 8. This is the one that's not 8, unfortunately, and it already isn't 8. One of these is 2, but I still don't know which one yet. One of these is 3, though. That's getting a little bit spicy. A little bit, almost. Oh, these have become a... No, sorry. There's not a 3 on here. But there are a 6 and an 8. So there's a 6, 8 pair over here because the 6 and 8 look at this side, cutting it off. So that's a 6, 8 pair, chat points out. And now that gives us a Zackwing on 6s, actually, which we've actually had literally forever. But these are the 6s for row 1 and 2, so that can't be a 6. Or in other words, the 6 in row 3 needs to go down here. So that is a 5, and that is a 6. Knocking 5 out of that cell. That 6, 8 does look down, Lakia points out, making that an 8 over here. So that is a 3, 4. Did you, by the way, I saw Dorlear come in. Did you do Secret Santa this year, or were you busy with the new child? I would understand that. What's left in this column? A 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and an 8 are the things that are left in this column. Except the 8 doesn't go there. So this is a 2. That's an 8 and a 6 and an 8. 4 and a 6. That's an 8 placed there through that 7, 9 pair. This is apparently not a 4 anymore. This cell is a 7 or a 9 for the column. Let's see. These are from 3, 7, 9. Oh, sorry. This is a 7 or a 9. That's the important part, because that tells me that these aren't 7, 9, which makes these 3, 7. Which makes this a 9 and a 7, a 9 and a 7, and a 9. I had to set a pure 9x9 quadruples puzzle earlier. It is hard to set with only quadruples, but quadruples and Renbon is a pairing that is very natural, and I've done a few puzzles with it, and it works really well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That one's not a 1. So this box has some stuff left, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, not 7, 8, 9. That's too many digits. What did I screw up? 6. There's already a 6 in the box. So that is a 1 and a 9. I think a lot more solvers like quads than setters like quads. 2 looking down here makes that an 8 and a 2, and that a 7 and an 8, and that a 3 and a 7, which makes this a naked something. I think it's a 3. I'm going to call it a 3. You can call it something else if you want. Let's see. Over here, we've got a 1 and a 2, 3, 4, and a 5 left in the box. That's not a 5. That's not a 2 because of the quad needs a 2. Let's see. Do I need to do this column now? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is not 3 or 9. And it's not 1 either. So this is a weird naked 7, if I understand what just happened. A very unusual sort of naked 7. So let's see. So there are 2 and 7. There is 9 and 7 going in. So those are 1 and 3. That gives me a Zackwing on 1s. Looking over here, making that a 1. Oops, not that. That a 2 and a 5. That a 3, a 4, and a 5. That a 1 and a 3. That a 7 and a 1. That a 9 and a 7. That a 2. That not a 4. Good try, Zeta. That a 9. And the bet tree is a 4. Oh, I had the 1-3 pair? Oh, the 1-3 was looking over already. Is that what was happening, Garion? Did I already have this 1-3? And so if I just updated my corner marks, this would be a pair? Yes, okay. That makes that make a lot more sense. Yeah, I just didn't notice. I had not gotten to that. Super smooth, super smooth. Well done to the card family. The next puzzle that we're going to do while we are going through these is yeah, super smooth. I loved that. That was a lot of fun. The next one is also listed as being by the card family, but also by, so this one is Nikki's Tree, and it is by Full Deck and Missing a Few Cards, but also Medicine Hat and Joa Oviat. And I bet there's a space there, but I don't know where it is, so it might be Joe Aoviat or something. I'm going to guess that these are the students of Full Deck and Missing a Few Cards, but I'm not sure. But perhaps surprisingly, or perhaps unsurprisingly, the puzzle Nikki's Tree is for Nikki as the gift recipient. So happy holidays, Nikki. Okay, so here we have German Whispers, which I think we have not yet seen today. And what German Whispers say is that digits along a green line need to differ by at least 5. Okay, and in such puzzles, we almost always color. So I'm just going to start doing that. Namely, we color low digits 1, 2, 3, 4 as blue, and high digits 6, 7, 8, 9 as orange. And we do that because when you change by at least 5, you flip polarities between low and high. So we'll alternate blue and orange all the way along each of these lines, even though most of the lines are not super long. But several people have noted that you need to put 5 in this column somewhere, and you can never put 5 on a green line, and you can never put 5 on a black dot. You can't put 5 on a green line because if you differ by 5 from 5, then you need to be at least as low as 0 or at least as high as 10. So therefore, this cell is a 5, and we get to bring out Zach for the 5 dance. Boop-boop-a-doop. Wah. Ba-doop-a-doop. Wah. Ba-doop-a-doop. Wee. Wah. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So now this is a 4 or a 6, which is a special magic number in a German Whispers puzzle, because 4 and 6 are, as Simon from Cracking the Cryptic likes to say, they're monogamous digits. They only go next to 1 or 9. So 4 only going next to 9, 6 only going next to 1. So we can actually mark that this is a 1, 9. It is true, as Sayori points out, actually, this black dot doesn't have a 2 or a 3 on it, so it also doesn't have a 1 or a 6 on it, and that only leaves 4, 8. But we have a very big problem if I make that a 4. And the problem is that if I make that a 4, then I need to make both of these 9, but 9 and 9 don't white dot each other. So I need to actually make that an 8 and a 4. And now that will let me do some more coloring. And so these two need to be consecutive. And so they need to be a 1-2 pair, actually. Because they can't involve a 3. So that's the only way this works. And we actually get the 1 and the 2. And so we have all of that. Okay, so now this cell is high, because if this cell was low, the only low digit left available is 4. And so that's why we color, or part of the reason why we color. The only low digit available is 4, but that would make this double 9. And we've already gone over how 9 and 9 aren't consecutive. So that's orange, and these are both blue. Okay, now these can't both be blue, or that would be all the blues for the box. And this being all the blues for the box would be a very big problem, because one of these two cells is definitely blue. So in fact, we can sort of chase this over here like that. This can be 2 or 3 only. So these are from 7, 8, 9, and funnily enough, definitely involve an 8 owing to the white dot. And now, funnily enough, these can't be blue, because neither of them can be 4 for a sort of funny reason. These two are the same color, but if that color was blue, that one would have to be 4, but that puts a 9 on a black dot, which we can only do with a 4.5 or an 18, neither of which sound appealing to me at the moment. So we have that. And so now this is a naked 3, because if you look at it, it sees 1 and 2, but it can't be 4 because of the, again, 9 being consecutive with 9. Boy, the 9 being consecutive with 9 deduction is all over this puzzle. So, sorry, so this is not a 4. That was what I was saying. This is a 3, and that's a 6. And so these need to be 8, 9, and we actually know the order. Alternatively, I can spray some colors over them, whichever you like. So that is a 9 and an 8. Okay. That was all well and good. What are we doing with our lives now? Let's see. Yeah, go away for an hour and suddenly you miss like 4 puzzles today, apparently. These are all certainly green or orange, but I don't know which they are between green and orange. Oh, why didn't I fill in this digit? This is either a 2 or a 4. I might as well fill that in. Oh, and this is a 6 or a 7. I might as well fill that in. Let's see. These are all the same. Do I know which thing the same they are? Oh, are you going to give me the hug that was asked for by chat? Oh, thank you.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm good.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. How's stream?
Good so far. The puzzles have been very polite today so far. Don't worry, I'm pretty sure the next one will not be so polite, but we'll see. Let's see. This is 1. It breaks box 8. We do love the Tristan appearances around here. That's for sure. Oh, these can't be low. That's easier. These can't be low. If these were low, then one of them would be a 4 and that would be a 9, and we would again have the 9, 4.5, 18 combo. So these are actually high and that's low. And so now we know now that regardless of how this line is colored, there's 3 lows on it. Because this is a length 6 line, which means this digit up here is definitely high. And so this digit up here as a high digit can only be 6 or 8. Those correspond to this being 3 or 4. But that can't be a 4 again, because a 4 would go with double 9. And now here we actually have to use the fact, we can't use the fact that you can't separate 2 9s with a white dot. We have to use the fact that you can't put 2 9s in the same box of a Sudoku. 6 and 3, making these, making this from 7, 9 over here. So that's a 7, 8, 9 triple, meaning that these see all of 7, 8, and 9. So these are both blue. And now we have actually resolved the high-lowity. I put the 3 7. Why do I always fall for the 3 7 whisper every time? Every time. 3 and 7 just sound 5 away from each other. It's just how it is. So that is an 8, by the way. Now that I have understood that 7 and 3 are in fact 4 apart every time. Gets me every time. So this is now a naked 1 because it sees 3 and 4 in the column and 2 in the row, and that's now a 2 by the column, and so that's now a 4. And now we can ask where 2 goes in row 7, and the only place it can go is over here now, which then places the 5 in row 7, actually, while we are doing some Sudoku stuff. These are a 1-2 pair because they see 3 and 4, and in fact, that's the 1 and that's the 2. One of these is 7 and one of them is 4 for what it's worth. Oh, these are 2, 3, just straight up because that's the only blue digits left that exist. And so this digit needs to be this digit can't be as low as 7. For reasons that people who understand how 3 and 7 work will understand, but that I will not. But if this were a 7, one of these two is a 3. And whichever of them is a 3 is too close to 7. So this needs to be an 8 or a 9, but there's a 9 in the row. So in fact, that's an 8 and a 7 and an 8. Like that. So we've got that going on. So these two, by the way, are a 7-8 pair. Oh, they're a 7-8 pair, and that one's not an 8. So that's a 7, and that's an 8, and that's a 6. Good, good. 3 in this box is now placed here by Sudoku. I now no longer have to say by Sortadoku every time it comes up. This cell is 5 or 7 only. 3 and 7 are star-crossed lovers forbidden by an uncaring mathematical patriarchy. That is definitely so true, Heliopolis. So true and so sad. Oh, this is a naked 5 because it sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a good thing to see. We were just talking about naked singles over on the Discord and how tricky they are to spot, but that is one of them. So that is a 6. So that must be, that's the 5 for this box. That one wasn't so hard to see that it was a naked single, if I'm being completely honest. So these two are the same color. They're the same color, and that color isn't blue. They're the same color because they can't include a 5. Spoiler for the break-in for one of my recent puzzles. And so they must be orange because too many blues are gone for them to both be blue. So those are orange. We can go ahead and spoil. Okay. Carl is attempting to get me to see that I can use the fact that 7 and 3 are too far apart on this 7 and this 3. Not just that 7 and that 3, and not just that 7 and that 3, but also this 7 and this 3. So that's a 2 and a 3 and a 2. This dot needs an even digit, and 2, 4, and 8 are gone. So this dot needs a 6, and the only place the 6 can go is here. So this is 5 or 7. I don't think I know which yet, but I may someday in the future. Let's see. 1 in box 9 is not on the white dot, and it's not in the column with a 1, so 1 in box 9 is here. Thank you, Chester. And now these are naked, not blue, for the record, because they see 1, 2, 3, and 4. So I have that. Aha, okay, I'm going to skip doing that, and I'm going to point out Ambrose's hidden 5 in box 4, because it will tell me that this white dot needs to be connecting to a 7. And so this is an 8 or a 9, so this is a 7, 8, or a 9 up here. Now, I want to point out that there is a 4 in one of these. If that was a 4, it would be a 4 with a 5. 6 is placed up in this box, is being pointed out. Those two 6s look up, so that is a 6. Which tells me that this dot has a 4 on it, along with a 3, because again, 2, 6, and 8 are gone. So this is a 3, 4, and I know the order, and both are blue. So that is a 4 and a 3, and that's now an I-wing, as people like to call it, because the only thing left here is a 7. Someday I will learn the etymology of the term I-wing, but I don't actually know it. These can only be 3, 4 now, right? Because they can't cross the border, so they're either both low or both high, but they can't be both high because they can't involve a 7 or an 8, so they can't be 6, 9. And they can't be 1 or 2, so these can only be 3, 4. 4 and 3. This cell now sees every low and 5, so this cell is now a naked high, not naked low, sorry. It's a 7 or a 9. Sure is. This column only has oranges left, beautifully. So these are 6, 7, and 9, which is very handy because that's the 9, the 6, and the 7. Straight off the bat. So now the 9 is just Sudoku logically placed onto this dot, which is great because it means it is an 8, 9. And so now the only orange digit left to place in this row is a 7, but where it goes, no one knows. Let's see. These are a 1 and an 8, and I know where the 8 goes. 8 and a 1. These are these are also a 1 and an 8, funnily enough. And no, they're not a 1 and an 8, sorry. But one of them is a 1. I'm going to place the 1, and then I'll figure out what thing is missing. Oh, the other one's a 9. The other one is a 9. There we go. So what are these then? These are a 4 and a 7, which I don't love. Let's see. I'll just fill in the 4 and the 7 for the moment. Let's see. 6 is just placed by Sudoku here, just by looking at the box. So this is a 6, and that is the other 7, 9. Okay, yeah. So this is the last orange for the column, and it's not a 7 by the row. So it is a 9 and a 7. And so both of these are blue because the row has all the oranges. And so that is a 1 and a 3. So we've got all of that. What are these? These are a 6 and a 9, which go in that order. These two are a 4 and a 7, I believe, and these two are a 5 and an 8. But that one is a 5, apparently, if I did this correctly. 5, yeah, 5, 8 looks right. Okay. So that is a 5, and so now that is the 8. That is the 7. Oops. That is the 4. That is the 9 and the 8. And now I think we can confidently mark the rest of this and color. So we can color that green and blue and orange and blue. And the green looks up and makes that blue, which makes this green. This is definitely orange, and it's the last orange, so that's the last blue. The row still needs an orange, and this row still needs a blue, and so then we can fill in our digits. 1, 4, 9, 4, 7, 3, 7, 4. Lovely puzzle to all of the creators there. Full deck, missing a few cards, Medicine Hat, and Joa Oviact. And apologies for, I'm sure, horribly butchering the name of the last one, because I think there's a space in there, but I don't know where the space is. All right. I'm going to take a quick break, but thank you so much. Yes, congratulations to all the tree betters there. When we come back, we have one that I think is going to be probably longer, because the next one is going to be a Philomeno, and I don't think it's going to be a super easy Philomeno, but we'll find out when we get back. So I will see you all in a shortly. All right, welcome back, everyone. Okay, next up, we have a somewhat more crazy puzzle than I think the ones we have done so far. Uh, it looks kind of like the ones we've done so far, except this, in fact, is not actually a Sudoku at all. This is a Philomeno. So I'll explain what that means in a second. But I should say that this was a gift by Palatron for microstudy. So we have this. I have to admit, I was somewhat surprised when I looked at this and saw that the setter was neither Jane Dyer nor Mixo, who are the people who I thought were most likely to set a Two Truths and a Lie Philomeno. But anyway, so let me explain Philomeno, because a lot of people have not sort of seen Philomeno before. We occasionally do them on the stream. So here is one thing about Philomenos, that we need to break the entire board into ominoes. And each omino, its size is written in every cell. So I'm not attempting in any way, shape, or form to do this. I'm not attempting in any way, shape, or form not to repeat digits. In fact, I'm going to repeat lots of digits through the process of doing this. But the rule is my ominoes can't touch each other if they're the same size. So this can't also be a 5 omino, but it could be a 4 omino. So I could do that, for example, and do something like that. And that is okay. Okay, so that's the Philomeno rules. Every cell needs to be in an omino. No two ominoes that touch can be the same size. The digit in every cell is the size of its omino. Okay. Now we also have a bunch of familiar-ish Sudoku constraints, including, I'm guessing this is palindrome, which is, I think, one that thankfully no one uses anymore, because it is an awful Sudoku constraint. But what a palindrome means is that the digits on either side are equal. So we would have those two would be the same, and these two would be the same. And for this really long one, those two would be the same, those two would be the same, those two would be the same, and so on. Likewise for this. And in this case, this palindrome has a middle cell. Maybe for all I know, this one does too. But the middle cell in a palindrome doesn't matter if the palindrome has odd length. It just has no meaning. Okay, these are between lines. So the numbers along the line have to be strictly between the numbers on the circle. And so we have that. These are black dots, which we've seen several times today. One cell is double the other. These are white dots. Oh, Marty Sears loves palindrome. There is a take. Okay, well, someone likes palindrome. Okay. So we have that. Someone who has done this, tell me where the 13 omino ends up, and I'll put the bet tree there, because the 13 betters have had a little bit since they've had their victory. So we have that. And I think those are all the rules. Oh, sorry. These are odd digits or odd numbers. These are even numbers. But there's one more thing, which is the tricky part, which is that only 2 of the 3 of each of these clue types is correct. So 2 of the 3 black dots are correct. One of them is an outright fabrication. And so on for all of the others. I note that it says digits repeatedly through the long rules, but typically in Philomeno, you need more. You can have numbers bigger than 9, so I think we can have numbers that are larger than 9. Okay, so people are pointing out there's an interesting thing about the Renbon and the between lines that are going on. And I think the thing that's going on is that these can't both be right and these can't both be right, which is going to mean that this and this are right, I think. Oh, sorry. We'll put the bet tree. We'll put the bet tree there. It'll be fun. So we'll see. So 2/3 chance that this sells even, 1/3 chance that it's odd. If you want to go for odd, you'll have a better payday. If you win, unless everyone goes for odd because they want a better payday, in which case you'll win more if there's things. All right. So let's convince ourselves that if this Renbon is true, this between line is definitely broken. Well, that's not too hard because if this Renbon is true, this is a 1. These are a 2, 3, and 4. It's harder than I thought it was, actually, to convince myself of this, although it's definitely still true. So the 2, 3, and 4 would all have to escape out through this between line. It's tighter than I thought it was going to be. And so this would need to be a 2 and a 4. And the only thing that could go in the middle would be 3, except that would be a 4-cell triomino. And I can't have a 4-cell triomino, so that breaks. So if the Renbon is right, the between line is false. Over here, this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 long Renbon. 2 3s and a 1, because I'd have to put a 1 on a between line, Martin, in that. In your version, don't I have to do that? And that sounds problematic. I think that's the problem. So this Renbon is enormous, and I think there might be some counting argument about how it's going to overflow this. But I am delighted to see Kurobon tell me that perhaps we could do the same thing with this Renbon and this palindrome. Although doing it with a Renbon and a palindrome is less appealing, admittedly, because what I proved here really is at least one Renbon in between line here is broken, and I would really like to also prove that at least one Renbon in between line here is broken, because it'll at least get us some information that's actually true. But I'm trying to figure out how this Renbon being true will break the between line. That's why I wanted to do that one, D-Web, is because the combo of proving those two would give me some information that was automatically genuine. Selena wants us to look at the other corners, but I don't think the other corners are going to tell us anything. Because I'll look at the other corners if you can suggest a single thing that we could get out of it. But knowing that one between line or one palindrome and one Renbon and one palindrome is broken, I don't feel like is going to tell us anything, is it? Or am I going to need to like consider all 4 at once in some giant cycle? That is possible. Okay. So J40 suggests we do want to look at 3 pairs and argue that actually of the 3 pairs, there are 3 broken ones in these 3 corners. Okay, that's probably doable. So if this is right, that's a 1. So in the world where this Renbon is correct, that's a 1, and one of these is a 2. But that immediately breaks the palindrome because I can't have both of these be 2, and so the 2 would be over. Oh, maybe that could be the 2. Well, these 2 are the same if the palindrome is correct. And that says that none of these are 2s. That's the elegant way to say it. If both of these are correct, then these 2 are the same thing. And that means the 2 has nowhere to go. Oh, the 2 could escape over here, right? Sorry, this is a slightly tricky argument, because we could do 1. These 2 are the same if they're both true, so that can't be a 2. Maybe that could be a 2. Yeah, the Right. Okay, so yeah, the Selena has the elegant way of saying it, which is to think about uh, how many digits the Renban has on it, and the answer is that whichever none 1 digits on the Renban escape, they escape through the palindrome, which means that this length 4 Renban has at most 3 digits. Isn't it at most 3 and not at most 2, Ambrose? Because there is the 1. But I think it has at most 3 numbers, and at most 3 numbers is too few numbers. So one of these 2 is broken. One of these 2 is broken over here. We now have, and so we need to make this into a full story. We need to know that at least one of these 2 is broken. So we need to hypothecate that the between line and the palindrome are both correct. So this would have to be a 1 in that universe. These would be a something. And whatever the something is, it would be the same there and there, which so let me actually draw this in. So this would be a 1, it would be a shame omino. This thing would escape, this thing would escape, but now that's orange and that's green. But now this is another shame omino, because it can't be orange or green because both orange and green are on here. But now I have a 1-1 between line. Okay, so what that means is we have at least 1 broken between line, at least 1 broken Renban, and at least 1 broken palindrome between all of these. And so all of that means that everything up here is correct. So all this ugly stuff is actually true. So this weird, crazy Renban, this between line, oops, Sven, come on, and this palindrome are all correct. Okay, so that finally gets me out of shame omino. So we get to now say that because that is correct, we have our shame omino up here. We will put in the 1, and then we will let Zach do the 1 dance after doing the border properly, because I didn't do the border properly to start with. Oops. Sven! Okay, so we will do the shame omino dance. Woo! Ba-doop-a-doop, wah! Ba-doop-a-doop, wee! Thank you, Zach. I definitely know where the 2 is now as well, because this cell is now at most 2 in size, but it's at least 2. I somehow didn't actually fill a 1 in, apparently. Or I did and deleted it, one of those. I'm not quite sure which. Let's make that red, because I'm not particularly fond of red, if I'm being honest. It's not that I have anything against red. It's that I don't really like the red that's built into the CTC software. We'll make that yellow. We'll make that blue. We know that border comes over here. So this comes down. Like that. And I know now this is on the Renban, so it does not go into that cell, because I can't repeat the digit on the Renban, which means this is green. Blue also can't repeat on the Renban. So blue also escaped. Somehow I saw it first for green and was explaining it for green, whereas the rest of chat seems to have seen it first for blue instead. Whatever this is, it's also going to have to get out by some amount, which is going to further chase yellow across the top. Now, can purple be in both of these places? I don't know. But okay, well, yellow is one side of this, for what it is worth. Yeah, all of these need to grow. I mean, I guess I know that at absolute most, this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is a 7-cell Renbon. So I know that I can't do any better than 3, 7 as far as spreading these things out. And if I make this any less than 3, 7, is it going to break immediately? I'm not sure, but it doesn't sound good. But certainly these are from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I feel like 5 is obscenely unlikely. But who knows? It is a good point from Martin. This one's definitely 3. I hadn't given this one a color yet, because I didn't know any cells that it could take. But I can't actually, I can't do anything other than make it a 3-cell omino. So that is pretty handy. So that is a 3. These are also 3. And so we can make our 3s orange today, which does indeed make blue grow, which makes purple grow. That's because we already have a 3 on the Renbon, so now this is at least 4. This certainly isn't 3 or 4 at the very least, and it can't be 5 either, because if this was 5, then the only digit on the between line would be 4, which doesn't sound great. Blue is on the palindrome, so that's blue. Now purple goes there. So now I know there's at least 2 numbers on the palindrome, because both purple and blue, sorry, there's at least 2 numbers on the between line, both purple and blue, which means this can't be 5. So this is 6 or 7 at the very least, we can say. And now yellow is big, so yellow is going to grow over to here at least. People point out. I concur with that assessment. Green also grows onto the palindrome. That's true. Oh, green's on the between line as well. Sorry, there's already 3 things on the between line. So the 3 things on the between line have to be 4, 5, and 6, and this has to be 7. J. Dyer can count better than I can. So that means that yellow is 7, and these are 4, 5, 6, as colors go. That green gets reflected. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that is also green. For what it is worth. Oh, is there functionality for that? For whatever reason, double-clicking this cell highlights 3 places instead of 2. Let's see. Kurbon says blue can't take row 3, column 6 because it would become huge. Right. If blue takes this cell, blue takes that cell by palindrome. Can blue just get away with being 4 in that universe? I am not sure. Let's see. If blue goes here, then blue is also there. Is that a problem? I don't know. Let's see. Oh, I see. Okay, so the problem is with purple. That's complicated. Okay, so if this blue goes here, that also becomes blue. And now purple is 4. So that means that cell's now also blue, which means that cell's also blue, and now blue is infinity cells in size. So that does not work. So I don't know that it was worth it with the psychic damage that I took from arguing it. But blue can't go down. So that is blue, which now means that is now yellow, which now means this Renbon is broken. Because this Renbon has a 7 on it, and if this Renbon were correct, that would be a 1, and 1 and 7 are not Renbon apart. So that Renbon is fake. This Renbon is real. So we have that going on. So now this palindrome now must be correct, because if this palindrome was not correct, that would be 2 wrong ones down here, plus 1, that's 4 wrong ones by, and I can't believe I'm saying this, by the pigeonhole principle. That would mean there was 1 clue type with 2 broken things on it. So now this palindrome, in fact, is correct. And so this is also a 7. So in fact, this is a 14. So we've got that. That seems insane, but we'll make do. Oh, right. Sorry. It doesn't have to be a 14, right? Because the black dot, we don't know if the black dot's correct. Okay, right. If it's right, this is a 14. Which seems suspect, but not necessarily impossible. Several people pointed out while I was overdoing that this is a 1. So there is our favorite Shameamino. So we can extend out here, at the very least. Now, this is interesting. The 7 can't take row 2, column 8 because it would immediately become 8 in size. That is very cool. So, right. So the 7 can't take that cell. Thank you, Kurabon. So the last cell of the 7 is that one. Oh, sorry. That's the wrong yellow. Let me not do anything. That would be untoward. So there we go. So that's a 7. It is true. These are 2, 3, 4. And these are from 2, 3, 4. But we now know that this between line is fake because we proved earlier that if this Renbon was real, this between line is fake. So this between line is fake. And so this between line is real. And we have 2 true palindromes now, so we know this palindrome is fake. And presumably we're going to need to use the fact that this palindrome is fake as part of our solution. No, we can't because this between line being real already proved that. Never mind. Let's see. That's cute. Kurabon is correct. This white dot can't be true. Because if this white dot was true, that would be a 1 and a 2, which would put a 2 here, but then the palindrome would make it a 3 size 2. I love it. Okay, so this white dot is bogus. So that means these white dots are true, which means there's actual borders between them. That was very cute. I know this is 4, 5, or 6 for what it is worth. The greens can't connect because of the palindrome. If that was green, it would make, let's see. It would make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It would make that green, which is a problem for some reason. Oh, it's a problem because it would put a 1 on a between line. That's why it's a problem. The fact that the between line and the palindrome are on top of each other screws with my mind. But yeah, if this cell is green, that cell is green, but now this cell is a 1, unless it's green, in which case green is too big. Both are problems. So green never takes that cell, which means that green comes down here. Now, green definitely isn't brown, because brown is 2, 3, or 4, and this number is 4, 5, or 6. Oh, sorry. And this number is 5 or 6, I should say. It's definitely not 4. And it certainly wouldn't be 4 if it became brown. Oh, green can be 4. Sorry, you're right. Green can be 4. Never mind. All we know is that these two aren't the same. Right. Green can be 4. That is true. And row 6, column 2, right. Right. This also can't be green. That's the point. This also can't be green. And so this can only be purple or blue. Because green, blue, and purple are the only numbers between 3 and 7, and this one isn't green. So this is blue, purple, that's blue, purple, and those are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's blue or purple. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's blue or purple. Okay, so that actually gives us that green actually is 4. Having the giant palindrome work out to be true is cruel and unusual setting, I just have to say. So now blue isn't 4, so blue definitely gets out to here. Let's see. Purple needs to grow to here or... Oh, that's awesome. Purple needs to grow here or here, but therefore it grows both because of the palindrome. That is great. And so purple is 6. I adore that. That makes up for the horrible palindrome. So now blue is 5. And therefore this cell is purple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now this cell is purple. So that cell at least is purple, but therefore that cell is purple because it's certainly not a isolated 5. Right, we need to do a sort of hot swap where these greens become blue and this 5 becomes green. So we can get rid of the blue there and get rid of the green there. And I think we did that without any horrible consequences. Those are 5s. This is a border over here. These are 6s. That's a 4. This is certainly a 4 or a 6 for whatever it is worth. Do I have any mirror? I haven't mirrored this yet, have I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I have mirrored that already. This is the fourth spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's the fourth spot. So these two are the same color. These two are the same color. That color definitely isn't purple, and therefore it's blue. So that purple grows. That blue grows. This purple grows, which makes brown 2, which makes brown, funnily enough, red. So brown is red. So we have that there, that there, that there. Purple is not taking this cell because this cell we know is a 3 or a 4. In fact, let's give that cell a color as we sort of figure out what happens. We can let our rust bucket over down here escape. And now this hexamino finishes. The sexiest of sexaminos. This blue finishes. This purple goes here. Blue goes here for sure. This purple grows here, but funnily enough, not to here because that would be 2 purples touching. So my purple grows here. This cell is 5 or 7. Oh, this cell is not filled in. Selena made a quip about my not noticing that I had a not filled in cell on my palindrome, and then I checked and all of them were filled in. But then it turns out that even after that, one of them was still not filled in, and it's green. So there we go. So that is green. Now, it would be really natural for this to be green, but it would break that. Oh, this is royal purple for sure. This 5-7 is not blue. So this 5-7, because blue is 4. Let's not forget that blue is 4. And so blue definitely grows here, making that 4. Meaning that this 5-7 does indeed hit this black dot. Oh, and blue finishes, actually. We can just finish the blue because of that. There is my blue 4. And so this is 3 or 5 for whatever it is worth. There we go. So do I know that's the broken black dot and not that one? I mean, maybe they're both 14s and they both connect to the same 14. We could have two. Both of them could connect to the 14 and this could be the one that's wrong. In fact, I think this one is wrong because I don't think it can be 3. I think if this one's right, it's 12. Because if it's 3, it definitely breaks this 5, right? I think. Some horrendous thing like that. Let's see. Yeah, so yeah, if I don't connect these 5s, that's what I was sort of looking at. If I don't connect these 5s, then I don't think the 5s can finish. And Garion agrees. And so here's the problem. If I don't connect these 5s, this goes over and that goes over. But now by palindrome, that goes there. This goes there. Oh, this could be a Shame-Amino, couldn't it? Isn't there nothing wrong with this 5 going over here and being a Shame-Amino and then this being a 3? I think that does work. So never mind. Oh, Selena wants me to look at this corner too. I believe I've now said everything I can about this corner. Okay. Well, there's definitely a number bigger than 9, because one of the black dots is correct. I don't know which one, but one of these two is right. Woo! Hey, Naverio, 19 months. Great. Let's get you a windmill dance. Boop, boop, boop. Woo! Boop, boop, boop. Wah! Boop, boop, boop. Wee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Greatly appreciated. Let's see. So don't we only know that if this black dot is false, Heliopolis? Or sorry, if this black dot is true. Did we do a case check? We might have done a case check to prove that one of these two is always wrong. I think we did a case check that one of these is always wrong, but I'm not 100% sure. So people claim that that is what we did. So either these 5s connect or they don't, in which case this is a triomino and 3 and 7 aren't. Okay, so yeah, we did do a look ahead to prove that. So one of these two black dots is false. So this one is actually true, which does indeed put in some borders. So that is 5 or 7. That is purple, like that. Let's see. So I guess I should fill in my 6s. You bet 6 and the bet tree ended up touching 6 on 3 sides. That's pretty impressive. I do know that I have borders there and there. So I have something growing out over here. I have something growing out over here. Maybe that wasn't the best choice. There we go. We'll do that. It's true. These can be the same. They can absolutely be the same. They just have to be at least 2, so they have to grow out like that. But this could probably be double 2 with a 3. Who knows? And this is quite large. And even, for that matter. This is quite large and even. So it can only take this circle if this circle is the thingy thing. If this is the lie. Let's see. If this is the 4, then the bet tree is a 1. But I don't know what to do with that. Bottom right could grow into the circle. What? This can't grow into the circle. It wouldn't be a true between line. Right, I think. Oh no, we're at the are we already at the counting the cells phase? Oh no. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. Okay, that's 42 cells. We know 7 of them go to the 7. This 7. So that is 35. We know at least 5 of them go to this 5, so that's 30. At least 5 of them go to this 5, so that's 25. And so I think we've still got room, even if both of these 5s end up being 5s, I think we've still even got room for a 14. Yeah, one goes to a 3-4 pair. But yeah, I think we've got, unfortunately, I think we've got room to spare. Let's see. Okay, I don't think this can be 3, is what Daniel is saying. If this is 3, where does the 3 go? Well, it would help if I filled in that these are 5s. It would make this easier to see. If this is a 3, that certainly can't be 3, because then my 3 looks like this. Oh, maybe that's okay, actually. No, that's not okay. Of course that's not okay. That makes a 2-cell 5. Yes, if this is a 3, it's a big problem, because this can't be a 3. So then where's the 3 going? It can't touch the black dot. And this is a 14, right? So as soon as this is a 3, this black dot is wrong. This cell's a 14. But the 3 can't grow up to here, or it's 4 in size, or it cuts off this thing and leaves nowhere near 14 cells for my hypothetical 14 omino. So that is the 5, which now means this is not 5. Thank you, Daniel, for that. That was glorious. So now both of these are 5, which now means that this is 5. That's not 5. That's not 5. So indeed, we get an additional shame omino. If you're a fan of shame ominos in the corner, this is the puzzle for you. So that is a 1 now. And now the 7 dot is demonstrably wrong, because now this is a 3. Unless I'm going to fit a 14 omino in these 3 cells, the 7 is now wrong. So if this is wrong, then that is right. There's always the choice of whether to put a green X or a green line through a correct dot. I never quite know which one to do, but anyway, these are 3s, and we have decided that 3s are orange. Also, I think I know where the 7 gets out. Over there, which makes the 5 finish there. It means the 7 keeps getting out. That is green. That is yellow. It is true, in a puzzle like this, the lines are easier to see. It was a little tricky with something like this, but fortunately it turned out that the X worked out. If this had been a green Renbon, but the white dot was wrong, that would have been hard to articulate with our current arrangement. This cell is definitely not part of the 7. However, this could be part of the 7. So I think I'm going to uncolor these, because I'm now, I think probably that is the 7, and this is like a 10 or 14 or something. Seems likely. So I am going to protect myself from that eventuality as best I can. Whatever this is, remember, this is even and huge. But I don't know that I can prove that it has to take this cell as things currently stand. Do I know that this 5, 7 is always taking one of these two? Can my 5, 7 be exactly that? Uh, 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 yeah, so now maybe we should count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay, of the 24, 3 are in the 7s. So that is 21. 1 is in the 3 or the 4. That is 20. And so now a 7 and a 14 is too many. A 7 and a 14 is now many too many. So this is in fact a 5. And it's green. And this is ye old 10, which we'll write 0 in for. We will make 10s deep blue. Okay. 10 should be twice as green. We could make 10 twice as green. We could make it the full hunter, as they say. That's true. It could be a full digit. Right. Okay. So we've got our 10. S-cell Philomeno. That sounds haunting. Okay, it's now down to these parity things. See, Carl says there's no way to avoid either the 5 breaking a square or the 10 breaking a circle, which is true, because if the 5 doesn't break a square, then the 5 looks exactly like this, and now the 10 immediately breaks a circle. 10 can't go on the between line. That's a good point. I don't know if it immediately helps, but it's true. 10 probably needs to take the between line circle, but not strictly necessarily, I don't think. Let's see. Should I do counting again? Maybe we should do counting again now that we know what's happening. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay, so I have 24. Minus 5 is 19. Minus 10 is 9. Minus 1 over there is 8. Minus 3 for the 7s is 5. So we have 5 cells left in total that are not part of the thing, right? 5 cells in total that are not part of a named omino so far, if I did that correctly. And I guess we know at least 2 of them probably have to come over here. Oh, did I not? No, I included the 5. I included the 5, Egbert, and then I took off the 5 for the 5. I am pretty sure. So Danita is noticing that if this is a 4, it does make the tree wrong. I think it's barely okay as far as I know if the 5 if that happens and the 5 looks exactly like this and then my 10 snakes around like this. So I guess the question is, does that prove that this does have to be part of the 7? Oh, okay. Here's a very possibly good point. So let's look at if both of these are true. Then how many cells do I have sort of boxed in here for the 0? Keeping in mind that I know the 0 is not taking those 2 cells or those 2 cells. So then the 0 only has, and let's see, it won't take 2 of the cells from the 5, and it won't take 3 of the cells from the 7. It would only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cells. So that doesn't work. So one of these 2 is wrong, which does mean this one is right. And if that one's right, it's not part of the 0. So the 0 comes down. Oops. So the 0 comes down. So the 5 comes down. And now the 5 definitely breaks an even square. No matter what is the point. And so the betting tree must indeed be even, is the point. Because these things work out that one of those has to be a 5. I just can't get to 5 otherwise. So this is indeed of size at least 2. I don't know what size, but it's of size at least 2. I'll make it some sort of really, really ridiculous blue, so that we can fill in this 3 and this 4, and we can give them their true colors. Let's see. This is orange, and 4 was blue. But that shade of blue. Okay, so this is probably a 2. Right. It can't be bigger than 2, because if it's bigger than 2, it takes one of the circles, and what we argued is the 0 needs to take one of these 2 circles. So neither of these 2 circles can be taken by a different even number. Oh, actually, sorry. Could this be 0? This might be able to be 0. Is that possible? This might be Hunter. I think the tree region could be 0, also known as 10. I think that is possible and indeed likely. To happen. Okay, so if the 5 went here, the 0 would have to go through both orange circles to become the tree. So that's not going to happen. If the 5 was here, then I think it becomes possible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Exactly possible. So if that's the last 5, then my 0 region can look exactly like this. And I think that's all okay. So that's almost certainly what happens. So get excited to 10 betters. And we shall see. Okay, so this is odd. So yeah, so there is a solution. Right. So I chose the tree because I thought it would be funny to put it on an even square and let people bet whether the even square was actually an even square or not. Also, I had some minor setter instinct that it was unlikely that an even square was involved in the break-in of a two truths and a lie philomeno. If 5 goes down, is the between line just broken? Because now the 0 has to do something really weird. So in the world where that's the 5, where does the 10 go? Because the 10, in the universe where this is the 5, the 10 can't take any cells but these, I think. Which would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, except that is a problem because it makes this a 1 next to a 1 on a between line. Row 10, column 8 is no good. Right. So that is not allowed to be on this. Right. Okay, yes. That's just a different way of saying it has made this a 1, because the reason why it's forbidden is because this thing needs to grow out because it's at least 1 in size. So either way you do it, that's correct. This is a 5 and is the last 5. And therefore, this is part of our 10 region. That is not. This now definitely is part of the 10 region. Regardless of how things go, because otherwise this is just not getting big enough. So this is also part of the 10 region. And I think this even is definitely part of the 10 region by earlier logic. Also, for these to connect at all, that has to be part of the 10 region. People are pointing out the 7 grows at least 2. I agree with the 7 grows at least 2 logic. So we've got some more stuff there of that sort. So the 7 has to take that cell, because if the 7 doesn't take that cell, then our between line has a 1 on it, which puts a bonus shamomino here. Indeed. This we can put back with a color of some description. I'll make it brown again. Now our 10 isn't at 10 cells yet, so it has to grow. Sorry, that's the wrong green. So this is 0 again. Now, how big is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is missing 3. It can only take 1 of these. Let's see. Yeah, it needs a circle and 2 more cells. So if it needs a circle and 2 more cells, it needs these 2. If it doesn't take that, then it can't get to its size. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It needs 3 more. It can't take all 3 of these, because that would be taking 2 circles. So therefore, it only takes 1 circle and does indeed take these 2 cells, which have become hunter zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so our last hunter 0 must be here. So congratulations to all the 0 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Also, I should mark that this was the lying odd. So this is an honest odd. So if brown doesn't grow, it doesn't work. I mean, if brown doesn't grow, it doesn't work for multiple reasons. So brown does grow. But brown, therefore, can't grow again, because if brown grew again, it would make a liar out of this. So we get 1 more shamomino. there. And this brown, we should carefully color its true color, which is orange. And I believe we now know that this is a 3. And so I believe we have now completed the puzzle. So congratulations to all the 10 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. This may be, if you've watched all 231 streams, this might be the first time that a 10 better has ever won a bet. So if you are a devout 10 better, you definitely have done well. Now, I know MicroStudy is a devout 0 better, and so MicroStudy would probably claim that this should count as a 0 better win, since it was MicroStudy's Philomeno gift from the Secret Santa. So I will also allow MicroStudy to count this as a 0 better win, just this once, because it is their Christmas present. Alrighty, though. I am going to take a quick break after that. That was pretty epic. And then come back and we will do more puzzles. So be back in just a moment. Welcome back, Pencil Puzzle fans. Hopefully you're Pencil Puzzle fans, because the next Secret Santa gift I picked out is also a pencil puzzle. This is called Castiamino, I think. Castiamino is how I'm going to say it. This is by Darth Paradox, and this was a gift for Meanderlawn. So welcome, if either of you is watching. So this is going to be interesting, I believe, because it is 2 pencil puzzles at once, which, interestingly enough, is also what I made for my Secret Santa puzzle. For the gift that I made for someone. So we need to draw a loop in the grid according to castle wall rules. So I always enjoy castle wall, but I've done very few castle wall puzzles, so we could be here a long time. So here is how it works. So we need to draw a loop that goes through the centers of cells. So I should turn my my loop tool to center only mode. So we're going to draw a loop. It's going to be green, not black, because it'll look better. And so we need to draw a loop in the grid. And we need to make it so that black boxes need to be outside the loop. White boxes must be inside the loop. Gray boxes are indifferent to their loop etude. And the clues give the number of segments in that direction. So, for example, this one would be saying there's one segment. Now, note, this is the thing that always gets people about Castle Wall. This is one segment because it goes middle to middle. And so even though your brain might want to count this as 2, this is 1 long. And so this is 2 long, and so on, when we're counting this. And so note, if this was, let me find like a 2, the 2 could well count that, for example. They don't have to be together, but 2 total that go vertically after the arrow. Okay. I see at least a few gimmies, so I appreciate that. Now we also need to fill the grid with numbers according to Philomeno rules. Each cell belongs to a region, and all cells in a region contain the region size. So same rules as the previous puzzle. And every region in the Philomeno is either entirely outside the loop or entirely inside the loop, or entirely composed of cells the loop passes through. If 2 orthogonally adjacent cells are in the same loop region, then the loop must cross the border between those 2 cells. Okay, so the loop is super in Philomenos. So this is a neat combo, and so we get a lot of gimmies. One gimme is that this is a segment. Another gimme is that these can't be segments for 2 different reasons. Namely, I can't connect these 2 and I can't connect these 2. And so for 2 reasons. One is that if either of these was in, there would be at least 2 loop. And another is if either of these 2 was in, it would put that black cell on the inside. Now let's start also doing the Philomeno stuff. Oh, I do need this. I put this on center only, forgetting that this is Philomeno. And I also need to mark my borders of my Philomeno. So center and edge. No, that's not what I wanted, and you know it. Get that over there. Okay, this is definitely outside. So I'm going to try to use colors. Maybe I don't want to do that. I don't know. I probably want to try and somehow use a color palette to indicate whether something is outside or inside. Just jumping around like crazy. If this were in the loop, it would make this inside the loop, not outside the loop. So I'm just going to go ahead and indicate that over there. None of this is in the loop. The squares are Shamomenos. So we've got those as Shamomenos. There. There's a 1 over here, just again bouncing around like crazy. Oh, also the 1 is a 1, so it is also a Shamomeno. Let's see. This is inside the loop, and if I don't connect here, this will be outside the loop. Ambrose pointed that out, so this needs to go like that. That's 2, 3, 4. Actually, in order to get to 5, I have to do that, right? That is 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is 5. So that actually forces a whole lot. Now I can't connect these, or this will be inside the loop and it needs to be outside the loop. Sorry, this part was forced, right? The black one is not on the loop. Yeah, I think this is all forced. It's not a little loop. Oh, okay. Sorry. There is some issue. So it can connect. So it gets one of these, and then it needs 1, 2, 3, 4 others. But I don't know which way it connects through here. So that's what I actually know. That definitely connects over there. That connects over there. Okay. Agree with all of that. This is still inside the loop, by the way. Let's see. Okay. Oh, we don't have a tree yet, but I will put down a tree. Let's put down the tree there. This is also a thing. This is also white, so we need to enclose it like that. Just guessing the digit or number. It could be bigger than it could be huge. It could be 25. Now it would of course work very nicely if this were all 1 5 omino. But I don't think we know that as of yet. I should mark I know that this isn't line as well, because if I went in there, I would end up getting trapped in the place that I said I'm not allowed to go. Yeah, I would certainly like this to be a bunch of 5s. That would be helpful. That's true. That's true. Garion points out that this either goes up or down, and whichever one it does, it's the only segment. So that gets me 1 more X, in fact. And so that 1 more X means that that is also not a valid use of the tool. It also tells me this 2 is definitely outside the loop. Oh, and I definitely don't cross that border. Which means I don't go there. And also because of the rules of this puzzle means I don't go there or there either. While we are at it. Let's see. And so 1 of my 2 is from here in this column. Does it have to, Kurabon? Can't it go? Yes, the 1 box was white. I probably should not color the boxes. Right. There's 2 ends here. And they can't both go down, because if this goes down, it forces this to go up anyway. Otherwise, this goes up, in which case it does that. So... this 4 has to be on the loop. If this 4 isn't on the loop, then my 4 has to go like this. And that's going to touch another 4 because every cell is either entirely on the loop or entirely not on the loop. If the 4 is entirely not on the loop, this breaks. So in fact, actually, it's that happens. Now, the 4 can't grow both this way and this way. DWeb doesn't think that specifically was forced. How can the 4 not be on the loop? Be sure you read the paragraph about how the loop and the Philomeno interact. I think because of Philomeno, the 4 has to be on the loop. And if the 4 is on the loop, then it looks like this. And now this can't turn, or I get a little loop, so it extends. And now this now has nowhere to go but down. So I think all of that is forced. Right. And so now if this isn't a 4, now I get a 4 next to a 4. Oh, this is getting very tight. Because this can't be a 4 either, because these two don't do the thing. Because if this were a 4, it would not work the rules. So that's always a 4, but now that can't be a 4. So if I'm drawing sort of borders on my omino, my borders on my omino look like that. The 4 can't be a square because if 2 orthogonally adjacent cells are in the same loop region, then the loop must cross the border between those 2 cells. And so if this were a 4, the loop would not cross the border between the 2 4s. So the last paragraph is the essential one here for that part. Okay. So there's like no loop over here. The 1 can't be visited. The 1 is inside the loop. Unless there's a different 1 that we're talking about. But the 1 needs to be contained strictly inside the loop. But I don't yet see how that tells me which way this goes and whether the 4 goes that way or that way. That part I don't see yet. Row 3, column 10 is on the loop. Why is row 3, column 10 on the loop? Right. It's on the loop because it separates a black and a white cell. So that's outside the loop. If this was not on the loop, then these two cells would be the same loopness and their opposite loopness. So the loop always goes through here. Agree. Likewise, does that mean the loop doesn't go through here? Maybe not quite. I think it does, actually. I don't think the loop can go through here. These would have the same loopness. Or sorry, these would have different loopness. What do you mean by it can turn there? Oh, it could turn there like that. Got it. It could do that or that. Okay, got it. Yep. Yeah, turn towards the same side. Right. I'm going to look busy and color in that line. This 6 is kind of interesting because there's a bunch of 6s around that it has to go through. I think the 6 actually might be forced. Because the 6, remember, if it goes this way, then we run into that issue before of we can't make a square of 6s. So if the loop goes this way, it just breaks, right? I don't think this works. If the loop goes this way, then does that break? Maybe it doesn't quite break. Up doesn't work. If the loop goes up like this, then couldn't I get 6s like through there? Maybe it does work in both cases, but only just. It comes back down. Why does it come back down? Oh, because I put the 1 inside the loop. Right, now the 1 is in the loop. Right. Okay, yeah. So, right. So if I make this move, I've actually broken the 6, because my Amino can't do this. My Amino would have to do that, and now I've created, no matter what, a 6 Amino that touches itself and doesn't obey that last rule. So that's not actually possible. And so we get that and that. And that, for that matter. And now the 6 can go down, but only 1. So the 6 certainly always comes this way. Oh, and now if this connects up, we have multiple problems. Because if the loop comes up now, the 1 has become inside and not outside. So I can't connect these, which means that has to come up and this has to go this way. Don't make a little loop. And so the 6 has to continue, and the 6 has to continue, which means that happens. That happens. Okay, this can only be a 1 or a 2 now, based on how this works out. Hey, Cuz, welcome. Four is a 4. Ah, the 4 is a 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, okay. So the 4 is now donezo, is Selena's point. And so if the 4 is done, then that means this now has to turn up, which now means the 6 has to turn up. So that 6 happens over there, and now this 6 can't touch that 6, so this 6 actually finishes down there aminologically. Okay, so there is our first actually done amino of any significant size that's on the loop. Actually, green is a terrible color. What am I doing to Casey? Poor Casey. We'll make it a 6. Okay, so now this is a 1 or a 2 for whatever it is worth. Let's see, we could certainly do 3, 3, 3 down there. This can't be a 3, actually. Oh, no, it could be a 3 if it went that way. Never mind. Sorry, I'm trying things and being like, well, that doesn't work, and then trying to tell myself that that means something, but it does not actually mean something. I do, by the way, think arrows see through other arrows, by the way. Someone at some point in chat asked if arrows see through other arrows. I believe arrows see through other arrows. Someone will correct me if I'm wrong. This is certainly a 1 or a 2 for whatever minor amount that is worth. Row 7, column 10 is not wall because the 1, 2 will break itself. Wow. Wait, isn't it okay if it's a 1? If this is wall? If it's a 1, this could still be inside the loop and just be part of a separate inside the loop omino, right? The black 5 needs Philomeno space. Right. It can't. So the 5 actually, if I look at what cells the 5 can take. Oh, could the 5 join up with this 5? No, it can't join up with that 5 because it would cut off the loop. So this 5, and it can't touch the white. Are these the only 5 cells that 5 can take? I think these might be the only 5 cells this 5 can take. I don't think there's any others. Because the 5 is outside the loop. And outside the loop can't touch inside the loop. There has to be loop in between. Does chat agree? I think Amnosti was trying to tell me this, and I think it's true. I think this is my 5. I say with not great confidence. Oops, sorry, this is not part of it. This is an outside the loop 5. And once we've done that, this black 2 needs a second, which means that this white one is also a 2. Oops, I don't know why I hit that button. So now we get a bunch of stuff. So that has to go through there. This has to come through here and do that. This 2 is outside the loop, so it has to be part of an omino that does that, which I realize I never actually gave a color to my 2s, but they can be brown. The 4 assuredly escapes, and we know exactly how. The 4 can be yellow today. This 2 needs to escape, and it escapes there. And that can be brown again. Okay, and so now, because this is outside the loop, that no longer is crossable, and so that's no longer crossable. And this circle, remember, was something that had to be inside the loop, but now that is the only thing it can do. And it has to go this way because, remember, this green is outside the loop. So we've got that. I kind of want to connect this down, but oh no, this can't connect down for a hilarious reason. If this connects down, the 5 can't grow. That's great. Okay, so the 5 is certainly growing in this direction, I guess is a different way to say the same thing. So this loop continues this way. So we know there is an omino border here and here. The 5 has a border to the right. That's certainly true. This can only be a 1 or a 2 now, I suppose. Yeah, the 5 omino is not yeah, the 5 omino here isn't finished, so that 2 can't go down, and it can't go up either. So this comes over here, which does make this a 2, with a border there for sure. So this 2 doesn't grow left, this 2 grows backwards. So this is a loopy brown, as they say. Question mark, question mark, question mark? I don't know who they is in this context. Don't ask. Okay, so... Oh, I don't know that this is more than 1 yet, necessarily. Right. If this turns down, then I'm not allowed to draw borders between these at all. It is the point. So this has to turn up. Just because just to show you, if this is a loop thing, if this turns down, now I'm not allowed to draw a border here. I'm not allowed to draw a loop segment here or here, and so now this just connects straight up to that. I can't draw in any of those segments that would separate those two. So this goes up, which, as Selena says, makes this a 1. I'm going to not make it black just because it will confuse me, as well as confusing chat, but it will also confuse me. Which means there's no more transit in this column, because the 1 is done. So that means the 5 continues over to here. Oh, and in fact, it continues 1 more because it doesn't enter that. So the 5 continues over to here. Oops. So we go there, and that gets us that border and that border, for sure. Oh, and this is a border as well because we don't combine on the loop and off the loop. This is at least 3, but it can't be 3, points out Eckbert. It's at least 3 because it touches a 1 and a 2, but it can't be 3 because that's the 3. So if it's more than 3, then it actually ends up being exactly 6. 6 spot to Eckbert there. And we know how the 6 must grow. It must grow this way and that way to finish. Purple in the 6. Oh yeah, there's a border there. Definitely. This is a fascinating rule set. It's funny, we originally sort of figured out what was going on up here, and then we haven't looked at there again ever. This is at least 2. I think, funnily enough, I think it even could be 2. I think it probably isn't, but I think it could be. Ooh. Oh, this is quite large. I'm now realizing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is at least 5, and can't be larger than 6, 7. So this is 5, 6, or 7, I believe. How are we resolving this 3? Oh, because if it goes up, that leaves a 2-cell thing, which I can't work with because it's either a domino or 2 monominos, both of which work. So the 3 goes down at least once. And now if the 3 comes up here, we have the same problem, where now we've got 3 cells that we have to break into non-dominoes, but can't be 3 ominoes either. Very nice spot, Selena. 3 doesn't have a color yet. It can be orange. Okay, let's see. Martin and Matt Laffey believe this can't continue left. Right, it can't continue left because if it continues left, it will continue left twice because of these X's, and then the 2 will break. So this does not continue left, so it goes there, and then there, and then there, owing to our situation. Now the loop, this 6 can't go back at all on this loop because it's a 6, and 6s are purple. And also, the loop can't go down because of that. So wherever this goes, it's going to continue the 6. I think this is going to be forced to be a 1 and a 4, but I don't 100% know. But I think this is going to be a 1 here and a 4 here, is I think what's going to be forced to happen. Okay, and now I certainly can't enter here because it's a dead end. And so now the other 2 is there. And that other 2 goes here, which is going to get me some more 6s. Like that. So that's going to separate from the 2 for sure. Oh, maybe 1, 3, 1 is possible. It's possible. Yep, and the 6 can't go down because it would create the problem we have previously articulated, where we'd need to do that. The 6 also definitely does not crash into this gray square, so the 6 actually continues up. Although we did very well in the bet tree last time, we did not do so well in the bet tree this time, because now the loop must continue into there. This loop must continue into here and to here. In order to finish this. This is a finished 5 omino, and that's a finished 6 omino. And so congratulations to all the 5 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. I know that is probably the most popular bet, so you're probably pretty happy, many of you. There we go. So that comes up now because it doesn't have anywhere else to go. There we go. Okay, so this can't... Oh, sorry. This can turn down because it's done now. Row 7, column 8 is a naked 3, I am told. It can't be 2. It can't be 1. So it's 3 or 4. Oh, and it can't be 4 either. Wow, it is a naked 3. Crazy. Great spot. Sorry I didn't see it before when you said it. I know you said that once before, but I missed it. Well, I made a note to go back to it, and then I forgot to go back to it. So this is orange. And now 1, 3, 1 doesn't work. And so now this is now obligated to be shame 1 and a 4, which is yellow. So my guess worked out correct, I suppose. And so now this has to be 1, 3. Is the only way that this is going to work because of the fact I can't put any 2s in it and I can't use 4. So that is 1 and that is 3. So we can do that like that. Okay, we're slowly putting the pieces of this puzzle together. And what do we do now? For my next trick, row 5, column 7. Row 5, column 7 is already a 2. I already have drawn in all the lines. I'm curious what Selena is trying to tell me. Oh, right. It's a 2, so it goes there. Got it. Okay. Rule number 17. It goes there. The Philomeno is relevant. Oops. So browning goes appropriately. There we go. This cell can't be a 1 because it would force that to be another 1, which would be incredibly problematic. And it can't be a 2, so this is in fact a naked 3. And we know what the loop does is it moves through the 3. So 3 in orange. Oh, could it go 1, 3? Sorry, it could go 1, 3. The loop still does that, but it could go 1, 3. You're right. This is forced. And in fact, I can't close the loop, so that's actually forced even. But you're right. I do know this is a 3. If this isn't a 3, it would have to be a 1 or a 2, and that would be a problem. But I don't actually know how the 3 works. And now this is almost done. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this can now only be a 4 or a 5, I think. If it's a 4, I think it has to look exactly like that. I think it has no other options. People have identified that this is outside the loop. So you can always, if you know everything, you can start at the outside of the puzzle and say this is outside, and then change every time you cross. So outside, inside, outside. So this is outside the loop, but that needs to be inside the loop. So they need to be separated, is something Ambrose and Carl have been working on. I definitely believe that. So we get that jump over there. Oh, this has been available for some time, right? This has to go this way. What else could it do? I think that's been available for forever. It certainly can't go down, so it goes there. This certainly can't go up, so it goes there. This can't go up, so it goes there. This can't go up because if it goes up, it's forced to enter an area that it's not allowed to enter. So this goes over. Again, this can't go up, so it's forced to go there, which now is forced that to go there. And now finally all of the stuff is connected. This is a monomino. Because what else is it going to be? It's in the, it's isolated along with its friend, the brown. Okay, that was profitable to look at. And we're not even done because now this still has to continue there. Let's see, Lakia says look at the column 8 arrow now. That's probably a good idea. 1, 2, 3, 4. It is a 4. And as previously noted, I think the only way it can be a 4 is to be that exactly. Because otherwise it's going to touch another 4. So that is going to be yellow, and this is going to be another shame omino. This 4 omino is also forced, points out Carl, because it needs to be 4 in size, and this is the only 4 cells that aren't on the loop. Oh, I'm not going to put a 4 on top of a... This has become a mess. I'm not going to put a 4 on top of a 4. Stop it. Okay. Sven is being unnecessarily dramatic about this. So that is yellow, and now this loop has to continue this way. Like that. Okay, so this 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. It can't go only this. Oh, maybe I could go that way. Would maybe be acceptable. Possibly. Possibly, maybe. I think there's a little optionality to it still. I think this can only be... maybe not. I am not quite prepared to say anything yet. Let's see. This is at most 1, 2, 3, 4. This is at most 4. That loop grows. That's a good place to chase. And so it can't go down, so it goes there. And this 4 can't grow backwards. So therefore, this was also a monomino. This loop certainly can't go up, or I've got a 4 next to a 4. Oh, and it can't grow left either, because if it grows left, I've got a 4 next to a 4. Okay, so the loop is forced by the philomeno here to go down, forcing this to be a 4. Sorry, a 4. And now these two loop segments can't join because reasons. If they did, we'd have a mathematical problem. The loop would be too small. There we go. Those are the words I'm looking for. The loop would be too small. I think these join, but I don't know yet. This loop... Oh, it could continue there. Dang it. Right. Okay. The point is, I need to look one step further ahead. And so this looks fine. But if I go here and I ask myself what the next step is, then I'm boned because I have to go there or there, and both of those are next to 4s. So I can't actually go there at all. So this goes down. This is definitely a challenging puzzle to scan. I agree. Although, given what I set, I'm not allowed to criticize that. As some in chat who tested it may attest. Okay, well, this definitely doesn't grow that way. Because that would be too many 4s. If it goes down, does that make it another 4? 1, 2, 3. No, that would make it a 3. This can't be a 4 anymore. Oh, it can't turn that way because that would close the loop. Right, all right. We're back to it would make a little loop, and we're not allowed to make a little loop. So if we're not allowed to make a little loop, then the thing we do must be to go here and finish with a 4. I mean, not finish, but, you know. Finish this piece with a 4 and extend this, making all of this yellow. And making this a 3 that extends there. Uh-oh. Kurban says I did something wrong. You're not allowed to enter a gray square. Right? In Castle Wall, you're not allowed to enter squares. Unless this is specifically a rule that gray squares are allowed to... the loop cannot pass through boxes. Okay. So yeah, so those are threes. No, I appreciate you checking. I'm always I am always up for these things. For double checking that I am correct about the things. Uh Lots of rules. It is true. There are lots of rules. Uh okay, so there are no twos here, and this cell can only be if I check. It can't be more than 3 because it can't be 2 or 4. So this is 1 or 3. The same is true of this cell though. And now the same is true of this cell, but this one can't be 1. So this one's always a 3. But now that one can't be 3 because it would connect the 3s. And so it can only be 1. So the 3s do that, which means the 3s do that. Which means as claimed, these are indeed a 3-1-3, which I was pretty sure of, not least of which because it worked, and so if the puzzle was unique, it had to be that, but also I was pretty convinced of it, but I just wanted to carefully go through it and make sure that I was 100% convinced that this was the only way this worked. Loop definitely can't enter this cell anymore. Let's see, so if it did, it would come up through here. Otherwise, it would go straight through there and then turn. I don't see how I know which one is happening, but Garion sees how I know which one is happening. Oh, whether it goes up and turns down or comes over and turns down, this is always on the loop. And therefore, this is always on the loop, is what people are saying. I agree with that. Enthusiastic agree. Yeah, so Kerbon asked, now can it turn left? And I think that's going to create an issue with 4s. But God only knows. If it turns here, right, yeah, no, it's a very easy issue with 4s. If it turns here, the 4 has to grow either that way or that way. Oh, wait, maybe if it turns here, that doesn't happen and the 4s grow this way? This is none loop. So Kerbon points out that this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is now just is a 6. Uh, I don't quite understand. A lot of people are saying a lot of things about this, but they were responding to something I had drawn on screen that I now no longer have drawn on screen. Uh, uh, I do need loop going through here. That's true. I can definitely do that because if I don't have loop going through there, then I have the wrong parity of loops. Because currently this is inside the loop and this needs to be outside the loop. So by loop parity, I need to do that. Okay, which does let us finish the 3. That I believe 100%. I will endorse that message. So, oops. If I connect this way, then I create a little loop is the problem. Because if I connect this way, then the upper left just only can connect to itself and it makes a little loop. So there we go. So that has to do that. Well, I mean, this 4 certainly has to be on the loop, because if the 4 is not on the loop, then I'm creating a 4-cell region that's outside the loop. There's no way I can possibly do that. So this 4 is definitely on the loop. Okay. Right. Sorry. Garian's pointing out that because this is outside the loop. Yeah. Somehow I want like one more layer of coloring to keep track of all the information that this is not on the loop, but also that would look heinous. And like Zeta of a year ago would be into that life, but present day Zeta is not into that life. Let's see. So we've got this 4 on the loop, and so that 4 on the loop now goes 4, 4, 4. And I know what my yellows look like. So we get that going on. So this is a 2, because it's got to be something, and it can't be anything but 2. So that is brown. So we've got that. This can't be many things. 1, 2, 3. So this is only 3 or 5, I believe. Oh wait, I think the 5 involved something rule violating. There can't be a loop segment there. So this is currently at 1, 2, 3, and at most it could get to 4, but it super touches a 4, so that's a 3. That's certainly not part of the 3, but also the fact that that's a 3 tells me that this comes across this way, which does complete my outside the loop 3 up here, like that. When there were so many like rules about how these things related, I thought, oh, this puzzle is going to not be too bad because I'm going to have so many ways around it. But then it has not turned out to be easy on the brain like I at first optimistically perhaps believed that it would. It's been fun, but it has not been easy on the brain. So now this 4 could go there at most. Oh, sorry, this 4 actually can't even go there. If the 4 goes there, I create a monomino. So this is actually forced to be a 2. Although this is like the sort of puzzle I like, where I feel like after having done it once, I could do another puzzle of comparable difficulty of the same genre in half the time, probably. Although I'm not necessarily saying I would want to do another one, just that I could. Let's see. So what is going on here? So this is on the loop. So this has to be 3, 1, because it can't be 2, 2, and it can't be 1, 2, 1. Oh, no, it could be 1, 2, 1. Oh, it can't be 3, 1. It's got to be 1, 2, 1. Okay, 1, 2, 1 it is. Yeah, the lack of 3s and 4s makes it difficult for it to be 3, 1. So another domino in the middle it is. I feel like there was a lot of annoying getting this to be unique kind of stuff happening with all of these sort of strips where you have to make sure that you get this. Yeah, 4 consecutive cells on the loop with an average value of 1.5. Come on. How shameful is that? Yeah, that's like the max. Okay. Yeah, this 6. I was trying to decide if there were any cells this 6 had to take. Because if it doesn't take this, can't it be that? Isn't that exactly 6? And is there a problem with it being that? Garian said exactly the deduction I've been trying to make in my head for I don't know, at least 5 minutes. I've been trying to extend this 6 and convince myself it has to go there, but I don't think it has to go there. Regrettably. So this cell is certainly outside the loop. And it's certainly not a 3 for that matter, while we're talking about outside the loop stuff. Inside the loop, but not on the loop. Right. I should say inside the loop. So I should say I had an idea for a castle wall philomeno that I tried a lot of time to set, and I might still make work someday. But in my castle wall philomeno, what I wanted was no philomeno cells on top of the loop. That was the first thing I wanted, which would make scanning this a little bit easier, I have to say. But also, I wanted it to be the case that no omino sizes could repeat between the inside of the loop and the outside of the loop. And I thought that would be fun. Row 7, column 8 is the key. So the loop can't go there because the loop has to go there because of this. Got it. Okay, thank you, Daniel. So we've got that now, which now finishes the 6. I should not do this. I'll again put the 6 on top of the 6. Oh, no, sorry. This is not a 6 on top of the 6. This is a 6 I filled in. So that all works out. Everything is fine. Everything is good. We have Daniel. Okay, so that all happens. So we get all of that. Now do I know anything? Everything is awesome. Good. That is the attitude that I like to have towards life. And the puzzle is nearly done. Everything is cool when you're part of a team. Positivity. I like it. Row 11, column 2. Oh, row 11, column 2 has to have a number in it. And that number is more than 1. So this thing, whatever it is, it's at least 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's very unlikely to be 5 because this 5 has to grow in some direction or another. So this cell is not on the loop. And because this cell is not on the loop, I now have to draw that in around in order to get there. And so now it's at most 3, actually, because of this could go up or down, but not both. I have not seen the Lego movies. Should I see the Lego movies? Let's see. Okay, so now we're almost somewhere. This 3 has to grow somewhere. And I think it always grows. Oh no, not necessarily. Is this being a 3 going to always universally mess with this somehow? I think this being if this is a 3, it's that 3, and now this 3 doesn't have anywhere to grow. This can't be a 3 because of that 3 is the thing that is happening. So that's a 2 and that's a 2. They're both brown and we have to ensconce them. And if they must be ensconced, that 2 means that I can't do any more within this column. I have to leave immediately. And now I've hit a corner, and so I must turn down there. And so now this 3 is actually forced to do this in order to finish its life as a 3. The amount of sort of indecision that was left in this puzzle throughout about what the loop was going to do is really impressive setting. Like the fact that it was sort of continuously ambiguous and there were all these possibilities. That's something I very rarely do when I'm setting. Like almost always when I set things, like each clue resolves the previous clue, or at least mostly resolves it. I have a lot of discomfort with ambiguity in clues. So you'll notice in my puzzles, it tends to be the case that everything sort of loops in together. So anyway, so I'm impressed by how much ambiguity there must have been all the way through setting this in order to get there. This 5 can't connect to other 5. It is true. I do have some ambiguity puzzles, although even in the ambiguity puzzles, it's not ambiguous for long which clue type something is. Like I basically in ambiguity puzzles, I only draw a clue into the grid if I know what kind of clue it is, almost always. So this 5 can't run all the way that way. So it has to go at least one back. This 5 can't run all the way that way, so it has to run that way at least a little bit. I have to squeeze something in between these 5s. This cell isn't a 2, 3, or 4. So this cell is a 1 or a 5 only. I don't think it can be anything else. It's one of those. Let's see. Kropki row 9, 1 has to be a 5. If it's not, do I break this string by making all of these 5s? Or is it just a point of what is this? Oh, it's just a question of what is this? That's cute. Okay. What is this digit? Well, it's not a 1. It touches a 1, so it grows. But if it's not a 5, then it grows this way. And so then it's not a 2, so it has to grow. So then it's not a 3, so it has to grow. So then it's not a 4, so it has to grow. Well, we hypothecated it's not a 5, but then it's not a 6. Hey, Panthera, I hope you're doing well. That's a very cool deduction. I like that a lot. And I know that that is a hard thing to find. That's the ending of Denver is like that, and it took forever to find. So I'm going to guess this required a lot of fishing in order to find. So now these 5s can't connect. So now that has to be a 5. And I can only go 1 back, so that 5 has to go that way regardless. Oh, right. And now these are a 1-5 pair for sure, because they can't involve a 2 in any way. And so okay, so if these are a 1-5 pair for sure, this is always a 5. Because that says that most 1-5 comes here. And in fact, even that's not enough 5s. We've got one more 5 that we have to have for sure. And so now this is a 1, 2, or 3. I see a 1, 2. Oh, this 5 down here. I see this 5. Okay. So this 5 could go 1 this way, but no further. So it has to go 2 this way, which does make that a 2. I agree with that assessment. That makes this brown, which then forces this 5 to go this way. There we go. Which then forces this to be our Shame-Amino. I'll be honest, I forgot that 5 existed already. But it was a very good 5 to look at, I'll be honest. So that is a 5. Yeah, this is a great ending. So this is a 1. And just a Y-wing left to finish, maybe? Let's see, this is a 5. So we get these. I'm not opposed to joining more Secret Santas, Isaiah, except that because I am an academic, usually the Secret Santas come at the absolute worst time for me to have brain space and emotional energy to put into doing it. And so, like, even doing one every year, I'm always like, should I just not put in one of these. But then I always do it because it's super fun. But let's make these a white 1 hybrid. So probably it will take until a year that I'm on sabbatical for me to decide to do 2 Secret Santas at once. Actually, last year at the same time as Secret Santa was going on, Cracking the Cryptic asked me both for 5 puzzles for their line app as well as a bonus puzzle for the book, which, by the way, I got a notice that the book shipped today. So I'm super excited. The Cracking the Cryptic Best of Volume 2, my copy shipped. So I'm excited I get to see it soon, and I get to see my first published book with stuff from me in it. So I am enthusiastic about that. But that was just like the most draining experience to set all of that back to back to back. So I have not attempted to recreate that. Although after I end stream in a minute, I am going to go set a German Whispers 6x6 because I have to set that is, I think, the one constraint I have left to go sit. Oh, Isaiah is continuing streams of my puzzles. Sorry that you've been dealing with drama, Isaiah. That is no fun. It is very easy for puzzles to fall to the bottom of the hierarchy of needs when your other needs are not being met, sadly. But both in terms of setting and solving, my enthusiasm for them definitely wanes when we do that. Lakia asked about the videos for the puzzle of the year. So I think I'm going to do a stream for my video for the puzzles of the year. So I think I'm going to do a stream where I'm going to go over my puzzles of the year from all of you, and also go over my puzzles. So last year when I talked about my puzzles, I just talked about them in order. This year I'm going to talk about my puzzles in 3 roughly equal buckets of puzzles that I made that I'm really proud of, puzzles that I made that I think have a cool idea, but that have something about them I don't like. So in almost all cases that there's one step I don't like. And then puzzles that I made that I think are fine, but there's nothing particularly interesting about them. So it was originally I was going to rank them, Kuraban, and it sort of became a tier list, but it's not really a tier list because I don't know how I would rank in tiers. Puzzle with neat idea, but one step made Naverio miserable for 3 hours versus puzzle that doesn't really have a neat idea, but is fine. Those two are hard to compare. And so I wasn't really sure, where do I put Berlin versus Funhouse, for example, was a thing. And also, it'll also be interesting because I can also talk about how the puzzles were received. And I think in a lot of cases, the puzzles were received in a way that was comparable to my own view, but there are a few puzzles where either I liked them much more than everyone else or everyone else liked them much more than me. So I'll talk about that. A puzzle gets better the more miserable it makes you. Well then, Selena, do I have the puzzle for you? I highly recommend Berlin if I do that. Yeah, it would be cool to have people vote on what they think my best puzzle of the year was. I don't think many would vote for what is clearly to me my best puzzle of the year, which I think I have said many times before, but I'm not going to say now what I think my best puzzle of the year was because it would ruin the content for later. But yeah, if I can figure out some easy way to have people vote on their opinion or what their favorite puzzle is of mine or whatever, maybe I could even just say in the Discord if you just want to say what it is, and I can mention people's comments or whatever over there. But the trauma, poor Naverio. I think Berlin is an incredibly smooth solve provided that you make the correct first deduction, which is somewhat obfuscated by the rules and clues. I don't think it's a particularly difficult deduction, but there's unfortunately just enough to distract you that you don't think about it. And then by the time that you are stuck, you have missed the fact that you've done it. Do the sample puzzle first. I think if you do the example puzzle first, it is much easier to not miss the thing. But I think about half of people who did Berlin missed the thing at the beginning. And then if you miss the thing, it's a very different experience. We'll put it that way. I remember after Naverio spent a ridiculously long time on the puzzle, I messaged Jay Dyer, who was the first person to test it, and asked her how far into the puzzle it was that she made this observation. And her response was something to the effect of, I was today years old when I realized this consequence of the rules. So she did the puzzle without it, which must involve a great many happy little bifurcations or something in order to do, because I think without that it is quite messy in the middle. But Berlin is directly a tribute to KNT's Ubon alphabet cipher puzzle. So that one I really liked. But yeah, but anyway, but yeah, so Berlin, spoiler, I will say a lot of words about it, and it will be all of those words again. But I will have some thoughts about each of my puzzles, although I have, since making my sort of like groupings of the puzzles, I have then made exclusivity, which I now have to decide which bucket it goes in. But I spoiler, it will go in the good bucket. I'm quite happy. Did I ever actually talk on stream about the fact that I published exclusivity? I'm almost positive I did not. So anyway, let me talk about that for a second before I end stream. Because I'm pretty sure I never remembered to advertise this on stream, although Tristan did solve it on stream. So if you're an every zetamath stream person, you've already seen this puzzle solved. But anyway, this is my latest creation, which looks wonderful in this light, let me tell you. Let me just pull it up on Sudoku pad. Oops, I should hit restart before I spoil everything. There you go. Yes, restart, please. Thank you. There we go. But anyway, if you're interested in what I consider a fun little zetamath jaunt, I will recommend that. And yeah, if you have not solved it yet and you didn't watch Tristan solve it, then you certainly can. And I would encourage you to do so. I did talk about this on stream. Right, I did talk about this on stream. Sorry, I'm now realizing my head is everywhere. I'm now realizing I did talk about this on stream because I talked about the anecdote about how I put it in testing and Glem Hippo was like, oh, this is a sequel to your such and such puzzle. I loved that puzzle. And I was like, I don't think I've ever set a puzzle with this rule set before, but it turned out sure enough that Glem Hippo does. So at some point, we're going to do the puzzle I set with this rule set that was so memorable that I did not remember it at all. I do have an idea for a break-in for a puzzle with this rule set with different mechanics. So I might make a different puzzle with these mechanics as well. But I was really happy with how this puzzle came together. Alrighty. As Tristan says, reminder, we do have birthday puzzle submission thread open on Discord. So Tristan and I have received a Paradoku, which we will record a solve of and post at some point. No promises on exact timing, but it will happen. But we will do other puzzles for our birthdays on stream. So Tristan's birthday was 2 days ago. My birthday is in 7 days. So if you would like to submit them, we will happily do them on stream at appropriate times. But I think that's going to end stream for me today. So thank you all so much. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream financially. It really does mean a lot. If you want to support the stream financially, if you're new, or if you've been around for a while but haven't, but kind of want to because you're in the holiday spirit or whatever, you can always do super chats if you want to do a one-off thing, or Ko-fi if you want. That's also in the link. Or you can become a member and get the green screen name, as you can see from many participants in chat. And if you want to do that, you can do that by clicking the join button down below for as little as $5 a month. And then you get the Zach emotes and all those sorts of things as well. And at higher levels, you can get access to the bucket, which we will get back to probably after birthday puzzles, I'm going to guess. We'll get back to doing the most voted on puzzles from that. I'm actually really happy we got through so many of the puzzles today from the Secret Santa thing. There's one more I want to do on stream, but I can save it for later. And I don't think it's going to take a long time, but it's going to take longer than I wanted to do right now. Lakia asked if there's if I have any other plans for my birthday. I'm going to be doing the Sudoku course on my birthday, so I'm probably going to be like basically having my entire head in that. And I will probably do something for my birthday after the course is over, provided I remember that I had a birthday after the course is over. That is my plan. For Tristan's birthday, we had a very lovely board game day and played a bunch of board games. And that was a blast, because we had not played many board games actually since moving. Really, frankly, since COVID. We used to play board games all the time. And the Sudoku thing has taken up a lot of the same brain space as board games, which is a good thing, but I have missed playing some games, so it was very exciting to get to play a ridiculous number of Hands of the Crew and some Mysterium and some The Mind, if anyone knows any of those games in chat. It was a great deal of fun, and I enjoyed it, and hope that we don't wait 6 more months before playing board games. Although I should say, like I say, I don't play board games very often. I play Magic the Gathering all the freaking time. So we've been playing a lot of Commander lately as well. Have I ever played Carcassonne? I have played Carcassonne. I do enjoy Carcassonne. I played it on my phone a lot for a while when the app came out as well. Yeah, I enjoy Carcassonne and a lot of games of the sort of Carcassonne. Daniel has played the Crew. Yeah. We were playing the Deep Sea one. Have you played the Deep Sea one, Daniel? So if you've not seen it before, the Crew is a cooperative trick-taking game, which is a weird combination. So it's sort of like Spades, except you're all working together to try and orchestrate things like Kai will be the one to take the yellow 9, for example, or whatever. So it's a very puzzly sort of game because you have to figure out these things, and you also have to infer when people do weird things. You have to try and figure out why did they do the weird thing, and did they do the weird thing because they don't understand what's happening, or did they do the weird thing because there's some piece of information about their hand that I don't know. So anyway, so I think it's super great, and it's probably pretty cheap because it's a little box with a little deck of cards, but it's a very sweet game. Ben says, when I already have the recommended game bookmarked from someone else recommending it, that's a good sign. Yeah, Kuraban, I've thought about doing like streams of drafts or something before. Like, I mean, I'd love to stream Vintage Cube to although my Magic Online skills have assuredly fallen by the wayside, so maybe I should not attempt to stream it, although that is my favorite format by far to play, but I also play a lot of Commander, maybe like Spell Table Commander or something, although that seems like nigh impossible to follow. Maybe I could just like a day for subscribers where we can like play on Spell Table together or whatever. I don't know. It's something I'd like to do because obviously, you know, we're all nerds here, so there's a bunch of different kinds of nerdery that we could join in together. It would be fun to be able to do more of that. Maybe at SudokuCon. I'll have to bring Commander decks to SudokuCon for sure, and then just not sleep, and play Commander instead. Yeah, Commander seems to be the big thing today that everyone is into Magic-wise. Might bring my cube to SudokuCon. We'll see. We'll see if I can convince people to cube at SudokuCon. That would be fun. Anyway, thanks for hanging out, everyone. I'm glad people enjoy hanging out here, and I look forward to seeing you all very soon. But that's going to be all for now. Thanks to the turbines, David, Nordy, Franco, Daniel, Danita, Nell, and Plonktime. And Tristan has an announcement as well, which will be something.
Nope, I'm just
Oh.
coming to say goodnight to chat.
Oh, everyone say goodnight to Tristan. Send your hearts. He needs the support. All right. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'll see you next time. Bye for now.